Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are here for a Taos Municipal School Board of Education regular board meeting. It is Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. For the record, it is 6:04 p.m. I would like to call this meeting to order, and we please get a roll call.
President Flores,
Present.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Board Member King,
Here.
Board Member Concha.
Here.
Item 3 is the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we all rise, we do have, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Lay, and we have a guest with us.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, tonight for the Pledge of Allegiance and the land acknowledgement, we have a student representing Cyber Magnet Academy, and we have student Calais Marcus. Ms. Marcus calls home where the mountains surround her at Taos Pueblo. Some of her favorite things to do are taking walks in the mountains, listening to her favorite band play music, and learning and working on vehicles. Her favorite truck is the Chevy C10. Calais plans to go to the Air Force or into the medical field as an anesthesiologist after graduation. So, board members, community, and those present, please let us welcome Calais Marcus.
At this time, if we could all rise and face the flag.
On behalf of the students of Taos Cyber Magnet Academy, I am honored to be here. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Land Acknowledgement Statement. It is respectful to recognize the unique, enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historical homeland of the Red Willow people within the original territory of Taos Pueblo. The acknowledgement will oblige as a reminder of ongoing efforts to respectfully recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Red Willow people, whose land and water we benefit in this great valley today.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus. Just want to thank you for joining us this evening and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and for reciting the land acknowledgement statement.
President Flores, members of the board, I believe we also have her grandma. We have her grandma present in the audience, so we also want to recognize her grandma in the audience. Thank you for your support.
Okay, moving right along is approval of the meeting agenda. Superintendent Leyen did request some revisions to the agenda. Those revisions are to move item 7.3 of the consent agenda to become 8.1 of presentations, and following that, moving those items down. And also to table 13.2 at this time. So I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with said changes.
President Marks, we're moving in regard 7.3 to 8.1.
Yes, sir. 7.3 will now become our first presentation under item 8.
Okay, great.
And we will be tabling 13.2 to a future, and moving that to a future meeting.
So do we need a motion?
I made the motion. If we could get a second.
Second?
We have a second from Board Member King. Call for the roll, please.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, President Flores.
Yes, thank you. Item 6 is public comment. Do we have any interested individuals present that wish to speak in public comment? Please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Heyaho Danjo. Hello, everyone. My name is Turquoise Shanoa Velarde. I am from Taos Pueblo and the Hickory Apache Nation. Thank you, everybody, for being here and hearing me out today. For the public comment, I wanted to make the community aware of an event that will be taking place at UNM Taos. I have flyers for everybody, so I'll make sure that you all get them. And I wanted to read this statement. This is an Indigenous education curriculum fair that will be taking place. It normally happens in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So we're very, very fortunate that we have Indigenous scholars and professors from UNM and all over the place coming here to present on why curriculum is important, especially Indigenous focus curriculum for our Native students and Indigenous students. So here is my statement. And this is coming from the research of Dr. Stephanie Freiberg, who is Tulalip from Washington. The way we learn is shaped by our culture. For Indigenous children, there is often a mismatch between their culture and the classroom. This has been a long-held belief in the Native community. Individuals are a product of their culture they inhabit and also play an important role in creating and adapting to that culture. For many Indigenous students, the culture of educational institutions in the United States reflects a set of ideas and practices about what it means to be a good student, the purpose of education, and the nature of the relationship between teachers and students. This results in a cultural mismatch between Indigenous students' model of themselves, their communities, and the model that is prevalent in mainstream educational contexts. Advocating for a world in which Indigenous student identity and their experiences are affirmed is the goal of Indigenous educators. Creating socially just and equal educational contexts means changing the trajectory of outcomes for not only the current generation of Native children, but for future generations as well. This starts with changing how education is presented to Native children and ultimately with how Native students experience educational contexts. So this is a whole area of study that has been looked at and reviewed, peer reviewed, even to say for many Indigenous educators across the country and across this local regional area of the Southwest United States. And so I think that as I'm presenting this, I really want to affirm that there are different experiences that we have as education as Indigenous students and for different communities that face some of these things that I mentioned. This curriculum fair will give educators and administrators an opportunity to learn about what this really means, to dive into the work a little bit more, and it's free. So I'm really hoping that we get a great turnout. This fair will take place on March 13th and 14th. We do know that this is the beginning of spring break, but we're hoping that we can get some good participation. We will be coming out with a registration flyer tomorrow, which I will make sure everyone receives. We will be prioritizing registered attendees because we will be serving food. And what's better than free food and free information on how to better serve Indigenous students? So we really want to make sure that we prioritize it, the registration piece, so we have enough food. The first event will be on Friday, March 13th, and this will be a presentation by Regis Pecos, who is a very esteemed scholar and tribal leader from Cochiti Pueblo, who will be presenting on updates on the Yazi Martinez case, but also why it's important to really understand the Indigenous perspective of education, and to understand the essential pieces of why we need to start integrating those pieces into our classrooms and into our school practices. So that will be at Baton Hall on Friday, March 13th, which is down the road from here. And then on Saturday, March 14th, will be the actual fair. So the Indigenous Education Curriculum Fair will take place at Clower Campus, and we will have resource tables available for educators who might want to pick up material or want to know more about how to integrate and things like that. So we'll have lots of opportunities for connecting with other folks that are doing the work, but also want to help others do the work as well. So these sessions will also be presented by Indigenous educators. So I'm really hoping that we have some of our local school leaders as well as administrators I hope to see your faces there. I hope that this is an opportunity, that you see this as an opportunity to really engage. So if you have any questions, you can get a hold of me. I am at UNM Taos, and like I said, I'll be sending out the actual registration flyer tomorrow, which will be a little bit more detailed than our save the date, but I want to make sure you get the save the date as well. So, yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Velarde. Typically during a public comment, we do not engage with those individuals speaking in public comment, but I feel that it is warranted if the board does have any questions regarding this event, to feel free to ask Ms. Velarde or any questions regarding what she spoke of.
Yeah, I can, if it's okay, if I can, okay. All right.
And thank you, Ms. Velarde, for the information and for extending the warm invitation. It sounds like a great event, and I'll put it on my calendar and encourage the board members to put it on theirs as well.
President Flores, if I may,
Please, Board Member Concha.
I think it's super important, like you said, for us to attend this, but also, I think the cross between higher ed and what we're doing in the classrooms is relevant, as Ms. Velarde mentioned, and the relevance to Yazi Martinez as well. And so I would like to see, maybe on a future topic, before this town or this fair happens, some cross collaboration between our superintendent and Ms. Velarde, maybe set up a meeting, see where we're at as within the high school and our lower grades, and to really utilize her as a reference for the higher education portion. And yeah, just the cross reference for before, if we can, before this fair happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Concha. We do have a school board meeting scheduled for February 25th. I will work with the Superintendent Layton and invite you to the conversation, or we could figure out what would be best. Maybe we could do a presentation at the meeting or just have an offline meeting with Ms. Velarde, and we'll get together and see what would be best. Board Member Trujillo, you had a comment?
Comment and a question. What are the times? The times for.
So on Friday, March 13th at 4 p.m. is when doors will open. At Baton Hall, 5 p.m. is when we will be serving dinner. And then 6 p.m. is going to be the time when the presentation starts. So what I really want to emphasize is that at this particular presentation by Regis Pecos is that we will also have a community feedback session as well. That information will be collected by some of the partners you see on this flyer. So our partners are from the Albuquerque area. One of them is the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. They house what's called the Indigenous Wisdom Curriculum. That is a curriculum basically packet that was created by Indigenous scholars across the state in reference with and alongside collaborating with Native nations. And so that's why I thought that it was extremely important, because we have scholars who are willing to put in a lot of the input from our tribal nations on this specific curriculum, which is free and downloadable for all people, educators, students, families, community members. So that will start then. And then on Saturday, March 14th, the fair will open at 8 a.m. So we will have registration from 8 to 9. We also have a special guest presenting at the fair, Dr. Christine Sims, who is a native language educator, and she's also a curriculum development specialist. So we have lots of great folks coming through. We will be serving breakfast and lunch that day as well. So we're making sure that everybody's fed and ready for all of this important information to really intake all of it. And so that's going to be a time, like I said, for all of us to sort of have more interaction and engagement with each other. Yeah, so more to come tomorrow. We're just finalizing a flyer today for more detailed information on each day, as well as a QR code for folks to register. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Velarde. That sounds very exciting. And to Ms. Concha, to your comments, maybe we could have a discussion on this at the end of the meeting on future topics, maybe how we could approach the subject. Okay, thank you for your comments, Ms. Velarde. Moving right along, we have consent agenda. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 4 items on consent. We did move 7.3 out of the consent agenda. This time I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda if there is no questions or no items wish to be pulled out. Board Member King.
Appreciate it, President Mark. On the, I guess it's January 21st, was that, what was the meeting at the Pueblo? Was that the 21st, right? So the, if we can, yeah, because we had the swearing in on the 2nd. So the location is not correct. We have administration and we were there at the Pueblo, so we can update the address on that. For the minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to move 7.2 off the consent agenda for a brief discussion with, from Mr. Gonzalez. And if,
And then we can, and then just so that address change. And then there was Pat, one of the, I said it, the Tiwa instructors at the high school. Her name, her last name wasn't on there. It's Lujan. We can make a note of with that revision. Other than that, I think everything will look fine for me. Unless, board members. So Pat, it's just Pat's first name. It should be Lujan, just for the record.
good catch, Board Member King. Thank you for your thoroughness in reviewing the meeting minutes. So Board Member King did note some corrections that need to be made on the meeting minutes for our meeting at Taos Pueblo. And with those corrections noted, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, removing item 7.2 for discussion.
Second.
Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, President Flores.
Yes. Mr. Gonzalez? So the reason I pulled this item from the agenda, I just wanted to highlight the fact that we have all these donations from community members and various businesses donating to our community schools program. And typically in the approval of the consent agenda, it's a blanket approval. And I think this is just a good time to highlight. And I don't, we don't have to go through all of these businesses, but I just wanted to ask you if you could just briefly speak about how we go about getting these donations, if they just approach you and want to donate, and maybe just give a couple comments in regards to the fact that we have such wonderful businesses and members in the community that make this program so successful or assist with it.
Sure. Superintendent Dr. Layton, President Flores, members of the school board. Yes, you are absolutely correct. These are just the community connections that we've created, established with members of the community. A lot of the times for the donations, we're not approaching too many people unless there's some sort of event that we need to approach the community for. Other than that, majority of the donations that are received are from community members approaching our community schools staff. So all of the proper documentation and the process has been outlined to all of the coordinators so that we're making sure that we're properly tracking these items. And I've also been asked to make sure that these are on the agenda at least once a month so you guys are aware of the donations that we're receiving as well.
I think it's just a big highlight, to show that the community supports such a wonderful program. We're very appreciative of you and your service to the district in the position that you serve community schools. And I did want to just pull that out, and also ask Superintendent if we can get a thank you card or, some kind of recognition to these individuals and businesses.
President Flores, members of the board, we'll go right ahead in collaboration with community schools and get that out there.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Trio.
Appreciate it, President Mark. I think for the record, we should have, anyone who gives us anything, $25, we should have a form letter going out. Our community is a rural community. We're a poverty community. We need to not, one penny, not be grateful. It's very generous, and Taos, that's what Taos makes Taos special, is the Taoseños, the gente. So I think anyone gives us anything, there should be a letter. Mr. Gonzalez, if you could implement that in your office, so we, from you, superintendent, obviously, because we can't take anything for granted with this day and age.
Thank you, Board Member King. Secretary Trujillo.
The only comment that I want to make to the community is that these monies are deposited in the fund according, the community schools district donation fund, correct? Because sometimes.
Secretary Trujillo, President Flores, members of the board, it depends, of course, what the donation is. Sometimes it is a physical item, so it goes straight to the community schools. And if it is a monetary, the process on the form actually has what account it should be going directly to. And before we approve any of those donations, one of the things that our programs are aware of, that it can be returned if there's not an account associated, to make sure that whatever donations are made fund-wise monetarily are into the correct account stream.
I think that if the community is assured that they are going for the purpose of the donation, they will be, again, more willing to, again, donate some additional funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Appreciate you coming up to the podium and giving up your time. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your time. Have a wonderful.
Good being, appreciate it.
So the superintendent corrected me a little bit on my procedure. I needed to pull this from the consent agenda and then reinsert it and vote to approve the consent agenda as a whole. But being that we already approved the consent agenda with this item removed, at this time, I will make a motion to approve item 7.2 of the consent agenda, which is community school district donations as presented here. And I'm also messing up on procedure because I tend to take the bull by the horn. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, I recommend the approval of the community school donations as presented by Raul Gonzalez, with a caveat, of course, that the programs will be submitting thank you letters to each of these specific donations, and making sure that these funds are appropriately placed in the community schools accounts.
So we have a recommendation from Superintendent Leon for approval. I will rescind my previous motion and motion with his recommendation for approval for 7.2 to accept these donations for our community school district donations. Can I get a second? We have a second from Secretary Trujillo. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha? Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo?
Yes.
President Flores?
Yes. Superintendent, if you need to correct me in open meeting, please feel free to do so.
Thank you for that, President Flores. That actually came back from the NMSBA conference that we had on one of the sessions of OMA. And so I just wanted to make sure we follow our process. Yes, sir.
Yes. Everyone makes mistakes. Okay, so with the consent agenda approved, we'll move right along to presentations. We moved item 7.3, which is our Taos High School Chapter of Educators Rising. The presentation is a request to travel to Portland, Oregon for the Educators Rising National Conference competition from June 25th through the 28th of this calendar year. We have Ms. Carmela Vargas Gonzalez, our Educators Rising teacher, leader, and sponsor present, along with some students. So it's all yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the board, as well as everybody else here. We are Educators Rising for 2026, and we represent the Taos High School chapter. I am the president, Joshua Sullivan. This is my vice president, James Duran, and this is the historian, Marisol Gonzalez. Next slide, please.
Just bear with us. Sometimes technology has a mind of its own.
Well, Mrs. Gonzalez, I like you guys' your t-shirts. I like your logo. Is there a
Thank you. We
meaning
designed them
behind
all
it?
ourselves.
Is there, are you designing it? All right.
Member King, members of the board, I also want to note that they do have our Stronger Together motto in the back of their shirts. So thank you all very much for that.
There you go. Look at that.
So, about Educators Rising. Educators Rising was first brought to Taos High School by Elizabeth Trujillo. Mrs. Carmela Vargas Gonzalez has been lead teacher since 2018. Educators Rising is a CTSO career and technical student organization / CTE course. Educators Rising falls under NMAA and Educators Rising falls under NMAA, and student must meet academic requirements to participate. We are funded by the Perkins / Next Gen funds. We would like to thank all the benefactors of this program for helping us participate in state and national competitions.
Right here is our past year competitions. We got Mia Parella Gutierrez, state champion, first place in the public speaking TED Talk, double-edged sword of AI category. And then as well as Brianna Taylor, third place, 2 times national qualifier in the public speaking Educators Rising moment, realizing I want to teach. Both competed at the Educators Rising National Conference in Orlando, Florida, June 2025. And then right here are photos from the state competition. Next slide. This is the national competition. Next slide, please. This is the current squad of Educators Rising 2026. That's us getting ice cream. Next slide. For 2026, we got me, Josh Sullivan here in the ethical dilemma competition, Marisol Gonzalez and Dharma Edmondson Euler in the interactive bulletin board contest, Pretty Plume Rainer in the children's literature contest, and as well as a few others.
So this is the National Conference of 2026. It will take place in Oregon on June 19th through 23rd, 2026. And we would like to formally request permission to travel. We will require at least 2 chaperones for this traveling to Oregon. Next slide, please. Is that it? We would like to thank you for your time and for your ongoing support of the Taos High School Educators Rising chapter. Thank you.
Gentlewoman back there, young lady. Board have any questions or comments?
Thank you, President Flores. Just for clarification on the letter we received, it states the conference is the 25th through the 28th, and then on your presentation, it says the 19th through the 23rd. So if we could just clarify.
We would leave a day early to get to the conference on time. So we would leave the 19th.
Through the 23rd. So the 25th through the 28th is the wrong date?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. It is the 20th through the 23rd. We leave the 19th.
okay, thank you. Oh, as well, and you haven't selected your male chaperone yet?
No.
I mean, we could just get an update to Dr. Layton when you guys decide who that is. I just think it's important to know who's traveling with the youth. Thank you.
President, what's your name again?
My name is Joshua Sullivan.
So it's really important, Joshua, in your, what grade are you in?
I'm a junior, so 11th grade.
So when people say, I went to New Mexico, but they're coming to Taos, you want to say Portland, Oregon. Be very specific about places. There's a big misnomer, Kansas City Chiefs are in Missouri. They're moving to Kansas, but they're in Missouri. Presidents have said, hi, Kansas, and everyone goes, so make sure you say Portland, because Portland's a great city. I had a chance to visit, and I'm sure you guys will have a great time.
Any other questions? Well, I just want to commend you students for participating in Educators Rising. I think the profession of teaching is a very noble profession. We don't have enough teachers in the world, and teachers impact lives. I mean, numerous lives. To me, they're first responders and fall right in line with firefighters and nurses and doctors and police officers and everything that they do. So I really want to commend you. Thank you for going to Portland and representing Taos Municipal Schools. I think that's a great honor. We're very lucky to have you all representing us. The work that we do here is here to support you all in your endeavors, and just not enough could be said about you all. I don't know you personally, but wish you the best on your travel. We have yet to approve this, but I'm pretty sure the board isn't going to have any issues approving it. Maybe Ms. Vargas, when you guys all get back, you could bring them back, time permitting and schedule permitting, and they could show us a little bit of the highlights of what went on and so forth. So we wish you all the best and good luck in your competitions. Thank you. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, recommend approving the THS chapter of Educators Rising to travel to Portland, Oregon for the Educators Rising National Conference competitions, provided with the correct dates, and as presented by the Educators Rising Student Group.
I'll make a motion to approve the Educators Rising travel to Portland, Oregon for the corrected dates of the 19th of June through the 23rd, 2026. And if I could just add, I think, congratulations, like Mr. Flores said. I'm looking forward to what you bring back and to see the mentorship of your peers, because there's a small group going. There's a lot of students who don't have the opportunity to travel. And so I think it's a perfect peer mentorship moment. And I'm excited to see how you guys engage your fellow students when you get back to Taos. Thank you.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. And one last thing, thank you for taking the time to do your presentation. We appreciate that.
We thank you all for listening and having us here.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we wish you guys
Have fun.
best. Great trip.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are gonna move forward with 8.2 now. Oh. Well, we moved 7.3 to 8.1 and or whatever, however it works. So the next presentation is the Stifle presentation, 2026 Go Bond Sale, timing and next steps, presented by Mr. Nicholas Kane, Vice President of Stifel Public Finance. And we also have Dr. Rainier Martin supporting him in his presentation as needed, and he's our Director of Finance for the district.
Thank you, President Flores, Superintendent Layton, and members of the board for having me tonight. For the members of the audience, my name is Nicholas Kane. I work at Stifel Public Finance, and we serve as the district's municipal bond advisor. Now that the district has successfully passed the general obligation bond election in November 2025, we're here to talk about next steps and how the district actually gets access to that money and what is required of the school board and what some of those steps are to actually get cash into the account so projects can begin that the bond committee discussed. I'm not going to go through all the slides in the presentation, but if we can skip ahead to page 3 real fast. That one just looks at the total assessed valuation here in the Taos community. Again, that is the total residential and non-residential taxable value that we looked at leading into the election in order to determine that $50 million amount that was asked of the voters. That total assessed valuation is what the school district is pledging as collateral to pay back the bond debt. And as you can see, kind of on the lower left-hand corner, the valuation has steadily increased over the years here in Taos. All projections tonight for the bond sale do include no growth scenarios in the community, just to be conservative in any tax estimates that we're showing you all. We do expect there to be growth over the next 10 to 15 years here in the community. And if that does hold true, then some of these tax numbers should be a little bit lower than what we're showing you in the presentation as well. Skipping to the next page on 4, we can see that the historical tax rate for the district has been around $5.50 and was just shy of $6 for the current tax year right now. Moving forward with the bond sale, the plan would be to see about a $1 increase in that total residential mill levy for a 4-year period through 2029 as a way to go ahead and pay back, 3-year period through 2029 as a way to go ahead and pay back that debt and create future funding capacity for the district. So that tax increase was discussed with voters over the summer. That $33 equates, or excuse me, that $1 increase equates to about $33 per 100,000 in property value. The average property value here in Taos is maybe a little over $300,000 from an assessed standpoint. So that would be around a $100 increase on an annual basis. And then most of us pay our property taxes on a monthly basis through our mortgages. So we would divide it by 12 and see maybe a $2 to $3 tax increase for the average resident moving forward with this plan. Page 5 is our sales analysis. This is the main part. So as part of the presentation tonight, there is no formal action required of the board. That'll come at the next presentation from Stifel, most likely in the middle of March. We would like some direction from the school board so we can move forward with some of the bond documents and preparing the sale. We have talked to Dr. Layton and Dr. Martins to make sure we're all on the same page. But we do want to go over it and compare the different options so the board is aware of what you guys are able to do with that bond money. I put some of those projects from the bond committee up at the top just to keep them front of mind for all of us. But this first portion of the bond sale, after talking to Dr. Layton, we decided was going to be $7 million. There's still some time to change that if more projects come up over the next couple weeks. But we came up with that $7 million amount to help fund some of those deferred maintenance and other projects across district campuses, and then provide a smaller portion of any kind of preliminary planning and design that is needed for the new middle school. Because the district is going through a process with the PSFA to get matching funds and that 37% from them, you all cannot necessarily start the project until the PSFA has awarded it, or else you will jeopardize any funding from the state. And if we issue too much bonds this summer, you end up paying interest on the money that you're not necessarily going to use for 6 to 12 months. So after looking at those projects, that was how we got to that $7 million amount, was trying to fund a lot of different projects across the district and then also provide some money for when that PSFA award comes. Right now, it seems like the application process for PSFA through the state is going to open up in July this summer, and then awards will most likely not come until December of 2026. So you would not be able to start real planning and design work, we'll call it, until January of 2027 if the intent is to use that state matching portion to help lower the district share. And then also getting some of this money out the door on other projects does help as well with the state match. If there's money that's been encumbered, there's a little bit less that you can use on the middle school as well. Looking at the differences in bond sales, you have two main options. The first one is a negotiated bond sale, is a capital market sale, which is a public market bond offering where we go out to investors trying to find somebody who is interested in buying the district debt. The other option is a private bond placement, generally through the New Mexico Finance Authority. They have been one of the main lenders here in the state. You can also do private placements through local banks and credit unions and things like that. I use the NMFA here for the comparison because they do tend to be the lowest cost lender across the board. They offer disadvantaged funding a lot of the times for districts, which can help bring down your total interest cost. There's no requirement to go out and get a public bond rating going through the NMFA. But they do have some more stringent lending requirements. They want to know what all the projects are going to be. They like to see full planning, design, cost estimates before they actually lend out the money, which gets a little bit difficult if some of this money is meant to be used for planning and design. We can't necessarily satisfy all those requirements up front. And then if anything does change in the future and you've told the NMFA that $40 million is going to the new middle school and it comes in $1 million less, it gets a little more difficult to repurpose some of that money down the road. With a capital market sale, the one that's on the left-hand side of the screen, you do have full control of the bond proceeds after the bond sale. That money goes to the district's accounts, and as long as you are operating within the ballot language that voters approved and some of the other regulatory requirements, you're able to repurpose bond funds for different projects around the district, use them for different facilities and needs, and can adjust as needed based on those cost estimates as time goes on. With getting the control of the funds, the district is also able to invest those cash proceeds, which can be used to help generate some investment income. There are a couple different restrictions, maybe a little bit different than your cash accounts, just making sure that you're not generating too much income on tax-exempt dollars. But it can be a good way to increase the overall project fund, get a couple more projects done at different campuses, and help reduce the overall cost of issuance as well. When we look down at the bottom, we did pull some comparative rates for the NMFA and a public market bond sale. They end up being within about 10 basis points right now of each other. That's rare, I would say. The NMFA has historically been a lower cost lender, but right now, the way markets are moving, it's been a good time for school districts like Taos, who have a strong credit rating, who do want to issue debt through the public markets. You're able to pay, a slightly higher premium, we'll call it that 10 basis points, in order to get the flexibility. And then you can also invest those bond proceeds to help make up for that slightly higher interest cost that you all have. One of the other main differences is in the project amounts. With the NMFA, they don't pay a premium for the bonds, so you end up having your $7 million bond sale and then the cost of issuance. Whatever is left over after that is what the district has for a bond sale. Again, going back to the public market sales, because markets are competitive right now, investors are willing to pay a premium for different bonds. They like to see round numbers on the interest that they're receiving. So rather than the 2.7 or 2.8, if the district pays a 4 or 5% coupon, they will actually give you a premium for that yield that they're receiving. From a math standpoint, it works out at the end of the day for the district and ends up getting you guys a pretty nice bond premium, a little over $400,000 that can be used to offset the cost of issuance and get you that full project fund of $7 million. So our recommendation is to go through a public market sale and a negotiated bond offering. So that way the district has the timing and flexibility of when that bond offering actually takes place, but also the ability to repurpose bond proceeds and spend them on multiple different projects.
Can you just repeat your recommendation one more time? Wanted to capture a little bit in some.
Yes, President Flores. Our recommendation is to pursue a capital markets bond sale and a negotiated bond offering. Within the capital markets sale, there are two different methods. One can be a competitive bond offering, the other is a negotiated. With a competitive offering, we tell people the district is selling bonds on this day and they all submit a bid. It doesn't give us a whole lot of flexibility if for some reason markets are volatile on that day. The negotiated offering, we would work directly with an underwriter. It's a firm similar to Stifel, who will find those investors. We cannot actually serve both roles, so we would hire another firm to go out as the underwriter and find the investors for the district. And then that gives us a little bit more flexibility on timing. If they say, Tuesday is not a good day, we need to wait a week for whatever reason or something happened politically, we can have that flexibility to adjust and make sure that the district is getting the lowest or best interest rates possible at the time.
Just to clarify, so it would be a negotiated offering versus a competitive offering.
It would be a negotiated offering instead of a competitive offering. That is correct. Yes, sir.
Board have any questions? Dr. Martins, do you have anything to add? Recommendation?
I second Stifel's recommendation of splitting the GO bonds with NMFA for the middle school building, because there we do not need the flexibility in spending and we have one number to pay, so we know what we are doing. And after we know that number, then to issue a public bond where we can tactically decide for what do we currently then need that money, and we receive the flexibility. And I piggybacking here on the experience from board member Trujillo, who mentioned that the inflexibility of NMFA was a severe concern. I believe in the Secretary Trujillo, may you help me, was it in Taos County or Taos Town?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was off on another thought here.
Secretary Trujillo, I mentioned that following your experience, NMFA has a disadvantage regarding the flexibility of money, and that either Taos County or Taos City had an issue with that. And therefore the recommendation is, and we do not know a fixed number like with design building example, to then issue a public offering as a GO bond to have this flexibility to expend the taxpayers' money most appropriately with flexibility on the situation, which in 2-3 years we don't know what will be happening.
I have a thought, and that's what I was trying to figure here. And the bond premium is $429,513, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's
And
correct.
then, but there's and then there's an interest earnings possible. So what you're saying is that that could probably offset that premium? Is that what you're saying?
The premium is actually what the district receives, so the interest earnings would be on top of or added to the $7 million that you guys would have. So
No, I think that then it's the cost of issuance that would be offset. What would offset the interest earnings?
the interest earnings would be added instead of offset. They would be a benefit. The bond premium is used to offset the cost of issuance
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
that we have. And then it also means the district does not need to issue the full $7 million because of the bond premium. With the bond premium at the very top, we can see the district actually issue $6.7 million instead of $7 million. And that will mean you have a slightly lower total interest cost because you're not paying interest on a full $7 million. It would be on the lower amount as well.
When it comes time to invest these monies, there is an issue with the taxing of the, correct? So you would assist us with that so that it's very clear that we're not going to be dinged on that, because the IRS, it would be looking at the earnings of the earnings, correct?
That's correct. Yes. So the IRS does not want the district to earn more than you are paying in interest, because then you could tax the residents and just go invest their money and profit off of it. So any earnings that the district does have to basically match what the interest is that you are all paying. And that could again go to offset your total debt service. That's kind of that third line from the bottom. That would be the total interest that you're paying. And so that is not something myself and my team do directly, but we do have a group at Stiefel that advises on it. And there are other agencies within the state that can help with it as well.
Thank you. That is, that is huge. I think that looking at that possibility and seeing how this is going to work and with all these numbers. And I think we'll gain a better understanding as the time goes on and they materialize and they flow in. Is it, what is the next step from?
Thank you for asking. If we can move over to page 8, that shows a brief timeline. There is a lot that goes on behind the scenes that is needed of Dr. Martins and Dr. Layton to actually make sure the bond sale happens. Again, tonight, the presentation does not require formal action. We would just like some direction to go ahead and keep moving with it. If that's the case, we would be back on March 11th in 1 month to ask the board for formal action. And at that point in time, we would come back with all of the official legal documents, the authorizing resolution, which would describe the method of sale, which is what we're talking about tonight. And then it'll put in a couple different parameters in order to give Dr. Martins and Dr. Layton what's called delegated authority. The financial markets are only open during normal business hours, and your school board meets after 5 o'clock. So that delegated authority allows both of them to work within a certain set of parameters. And as long as that bond sale is effected and happens within basically the maximum interest rates that you all determine, then they can go ahead and sign the documents and close that bond sale to fund it for the district. So after that March 11th meeting, there's not much that is needed of the school board. You're giving, again, Dr. Layton and Dr. Martins that ability to go ahead and finish the rest of the process with Stiefel and the bond underwriter. There will be a request for qualifications from underwriting firms. It will go out to more than 3 firms and follow that type of procurement rule. They will all submit a list of qualifications, and we will evaluate them and talk to Dr. Martins and figure out who that underwriter would be. There has to be an official statement that is written, which basically gives investors all of the financial and background information on the district. That's something that either Stiefel or your bond counsel from Modrel is able to draft and write. And then you also need to get a credit rating. The state of New Mexico does have a state enhanced rating that the district is allowed to use. And then you can also go out and get your own. We'll have to talk to Dr. Martins and evaluate after talking to the underwriters if it's worth getting the 2 ratings or just using the state enhanced rating because it is a AA and a strong rating on its own. And if all of that kind of goes according to plan, we would be able to close the transaction at the end of May and have access to start projects right around the time campuses are empty.
That's great. I have a question. So Dr. Layton, it seems as though that we've identified some projects that would fall within this $7 million monetary amount. Could you have a presentation to the board at some point as to what those projects are? I know that we've identified quite a few projects, but I would like to know how school staff and school administration has identified how we're going to spend this money. And I also, for the board and for the public, at the time that we begin to move forward with this, I do anticipate either myself or would encourage the board to make a motion that no dollar, not even $1, be spent on any project without being coming for the board for approval. Because I want to make sure that any of this money is brought forward in a public meeting and has board approval. So just to make that statement, I anticipate that happening as we move forward. But I would like to know at some point a clear direction as to how we anticipate spending this $7 million.
President Flores, Secretary through you, members of the board, will definitely bring a presentation to revisit exactly the priorities that were set by the Bond Advisory Council so that we can start with the project timeline. I would also anticipate our Director of Safety, Security, and Operations so that we can provide a timeline of what schools would be and what will be at the schools worked on.
Board Member King?
Yeah, President Mark, we've talked about regards future topics of us going to every school site. You were on the bond committee. I've had an opportunity to visit every school site, and there's a lot of deferred maintenance. So maybe we can put that on the agenda on a Saturday.
We talked about, yeah.
Yeah, that we
Saturday.
can all go, everyone can see, how the principals walk us through their campuses of their needs list. And I think that it'll tell a lot. And then obviously with superintendent following up with priority lists, what's being done when.
If I may add one thing, President Flores, the negotiated bond offering does give you all as a school board that flexibility to have some controls in place on when the money goes out the door, what campuses it's going to. You don't necessarily need to have all of that determined before the March meeting. You have plenty of time to revisit all the priorities of that bond committee, meet in a public forum, talk as a board, and figure out how that money will be appropriated after the bond sale.
Yeah, I understand that, and thank you for clarifying that. Most definitely, yeah, we want to make sure we have the money in hand where we at least try to spend it. Any other further questions or comments? Did you want to touch on anything that maybe we didn't get to?
No, those are the main things. Thank you, Mr. Hio, for bringing up the timeline and kind of the next steps that's needed of the board.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure working with you, Mr. Kane, and thank you for all the work that you've done, and you and your team. Superintendent, did you have any comments or questions for the board?
No, sir. I just wanted to make a comment that we have been working really well with Stiefel, and we're going to continue that transparency to our community for entrusting us in this money. But we also want to make sure that our schools are also getting, I think they're a little antsy as to when are we going to begin? And there is a process that we do need to follow. So thank you for the guidance.
Thank you all. We'll see you next month.
Drive
See
safe.
you, Nick. Be safe.
Okay. Well, it's good to know that we have some money to put towards our school facilities and school campuses. We definitely thank the voters for supporting the district. 8.2 which is 8.3 now, update on construction of Taos High School Auxiliary Gymnasium. Mr. Frederick Cisneros, our project manager. Mr. Cisneros, thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Dr. Layton, President Flores, member of the board. Happy to come in today and kind of give a little bit of a progress report of our auxiliary gym. Right now, if you guys kind of saw a little bit of what I had wrote there, we're probably finishing off with our about 9th month right now in the gym. Everything's looking pretty good. Happy to say that we've had no change orders or nothing come up, and I don't anticipate any of those right now. Everything's looking like it's moving forward fine. Construction of the building, outside portion of the building is all complete. Everything's working inside right now. All the utilities are in. All the right now, what's getting done inside is a lot of sheetrocking right now. All the restrooms and locker rooms are getting all their the sinks, the toilets, all the top out stuff that's happening with that. All our HVAC systems starting to get put in. So I think we're moving along pretty good. We have April 7th is the 1-year contract date, and I think we're going to meet that date. There might be a few things that we're waiting on. Some of the stuff that needs to do with the furnishings and adding. Right now, we're working with the coach and athletic director, getting the wall mats. Some of that stuff is getting paid for with what's in the soft cost money, what we consider soft cost. We've been looking at different prices. I think we've narrowed down one contractor that's going to end up doing that for us. So, we're moving forward. I'm happy to say, like I said, we haven't had any change orders coming up or any unforeseen stuff right now. Right now, I know I estimated about $360,000 left in soft costs, but I'm probably more comfortable. I think we're 300,000, for in case something else happens. That's to cover the rest of the furnishing, some of the exercise equipment, considering maybe new mats for the new facility, stuff like that. If you look at some of the pictures, I mean, Maria's been posting a lot of pictures on the website. So, from the very beginning to where we're at right now, I think some of the board members have actually done a tour of the building. They were pretty impressed. Like I said, I mean, the only suggestion I have as a project manager, and this is something we need to look at, in the future, is probably the parking lot. Once we get that building done, our parking lot will need to be addressed, because it'd be a shame that we have a really nice facility and a little parking lot that needs work. So that's one of my suggestions to Dr. Layton and to the board, that we may look into that at some time.
Yes, Mr. Cisneros is really impressive. It's great to hear that the timeline, so that's a compliment to your management. One of our board members isn't here, and she was very adamant about, let's just deal with the soft costs of the gym, all the fixtures, the mats. I guess that could be cross-used with the regards of the cheerleaders possibly, but let's hold off on the parking lot. We just want to, make sure not everything is done, and, change orders do come up. I'm glad to hear what you said, but parking lot, let's just wait. If we, there's extra monies when it's all said and done. Ribbon cutting seemed like yesterday we were cutting the ribbon with the governor. So,
Breaking ground, yeah. There's a few pictures on the website from that, ribbon, breaking ground ceremony, stuff like that. So yeah, we're all excited. Everything's been going, as planned. I mean, I've noticed with our site meetings, we've had a little bit of bumping heads, because contractors don't like to have somebody kind of overseeing them and making sure stuff's getting done correctly. I've noticed that with other projects that we've been doing on our campuses and stuff. They don't want to know that somebody's watching they're watching them, making sure they get done correctly. But we've worked through it, and we've gotten what we wanted. And like I said, so far everything's gone to, to plan, and, we don't foresee any change orders right now, and I hope there isn't any, but, anything else, Mr. Herrera?
Dr. Layton, President Flores, members of the board. I just want to say that Fred has done an excellent job of managing this project, and we're very pleased in the operations department to have somebody with his experience to be able to go through a project of this size and magnitude, knowing that we're about to do a middle school as well. It's given us some great experience on how to do this. We're pleased with it. And just a quick update, the pictures won't show it because we had already put it in before, for the board meeting 2 weeks ago. Tape and texture was 99% complete when I walked through it at about 4 o'clock today. So if you do get a chance and you do want to do the little walkthrough, please let us know through Dr. Layton, because we'd have to go in with the hard hats again and whatnot. But tape and texture was pretty much completed. I talked with the contractor, and they seem to be out tomorrow, I think is what they said. So it looks great. Fantastic job right here. A lot of kudos to Fred.
Secretary Trujillo.
Go up that picture right there. If you guys focus on that, where it's called the Beetle Kill, that's all the interior of the visiting area. If pictures really don't give it a good, but the entryway of the gym is that on the outside, it has it, and then that whole visitor area is going to have it, and it looks pretty amazing, So like I said, if Mr. Herrera said, if you guys want to do another walkthrough, bring it through Dr. Layton and stuff, and we'll try to set something up for that.
Thank you, President Flores. Thank you for the report. And you said two things that are just real important for me, and that was the oversight of the project, because I believe that you were serving as a project manager, again, to oversee what the contractors were doing and how they were doing their job. And And that I think lends itself to the fact that there were no change orders. Because again, if they're not watched, there's always a possibility. And I've seen many, many projects where, again, the cost is there, but then what brings up the cost is all these change orders. And that's probably why at this point you have 360,000 as reported here. You said 300,000 again. If we're not watchful, and I appreciate that because it equates to dollars. And the work that is being done to where it is something worth that's going to have a useful life for years and years and years to come. It isn't something that's going to fall apart because the work was not, it was substandard versus what we were paying for contractors to build for us.
Right.
So thank you so much.
Yeah, I think right now we've just approved pay app number 10. I think right now we're at like 76% completion and paid out of the total $4.2 million, I believe, what the contract amount was.
President Flores, members of the board, I do want to also commend the team as a whole. It was at the last presentation of the auxiliary gym that I believe the board requested that they have that oversight, that they keep maintaining visualization and making sure that it's done. So I also want to commend the team as part of our district, that they've done a fantastic job of keeping tabs of the project and making sure that we meet the deadline as well.
One more thing, you just said something real important too, is that contractors are paid. Again, they bill and they're paid. And you all authorize payment and saying that the work was completed as presented. Thank you.
Yeah, at the end of the project, we'll make sure that we go through with a general contractor and get lien releases. Everybody has to sign a lien release that was on the job. We want to make sure that everybody has been paid in full to date from the contractor. That way there's no questioning coming back towards the school with liens or liens against the school for that. So we got to make sure that all that's done prior to the fishing portion of the contract.
Well, thank you, Fred, for all your work. All my board members have said it very eloquently, and Mr. Herrera as well. Want to, commend and thank Mr. Herrera and his department, and you as our project manager. Having no change orders to date really shows about the oversight and project management that you've done for the school district. It was expressed to us by Vice President Spray, who's been part of the committee, that she would prefer that all of the soft costs those costs be allocated to the building, and that we as a district and as a board will work with superintendent to identify funding through another mechanism to pay for the parking lot. But I hear you, because I did speak with Vice President Spray, and I said, we're going to have this beautiful facility, and we don't want mud being tracked in there. We want to have a nice asphalt, a nice ADA parking, concrete curb and gutter.
All that's going to be done. ADA parking lot is all concrete right now, and sidewalks all good. I mean, all that's going to be, A1. The parking lot was already bad to begin with when we started the construction project, and then with the construction traffic and all the heavy stuff, snow and all that, it's just gotten a little worse. But
with that being said, have you started to look into maybe getting some quotes?
I have right now I have one quote. Right now we're looking at 250, 275, somewhere around there for total refresh of that parking lot.
Why don't Superintendent, it's not a good practice to direct staff, but maybe you can work with Mr. Herrera and Mr. Cisneros to work through procurement and try to find some funding for that parking lot, because definitely I think it is warranted that have a facility of that magnitude and beauty. You want to have a good, decent parking lot for that.
And I believe Director Herrera was going to mention something. I saw him jumping at the bit on that one.
So again, the soft costs were kind of outlined with to be announced in red and in what we gave you guys. However, we are looking into, we would like to at some point do the entire Taos High School parking lot in the future, and we're looking at ways that we can do that. That parking lot will help us next year. As Mr. Herrera is here, she would be one of the ones to tell you, we're going to be using that parking lot for parking next year. Right now, it's been it's been pretty tough for us to not have all of our parkings available due to the construction. So to be able to park students or staff members there next year, or even visitors to the facility, it's gonna be something that we need to do. So we're absolutely looking into funding with Dr. Rayner that we can use and utilize for that. And Fred is already on it, like he said, looking for quotes, but not just for that one, for the entire, if you've been through Taos High School, we did a great job of painting it. We've got a good flow. Miss Emmy has done a great job of policing it, but we still need, we need a lot of work on that parking lot throughout the whole campus. And these are some of those projects I'm sure you guys will hear about shortly when you visit the principals. So know that, yes, we are looking into it. The soft costs, we have been working with the athletic director, with Miss Emmy and with Coach on trying to get as much of it. I actually agree with Miss Spray on this, to try and get the most out that we can with the money that was given to us for that facility. Absolutely. I know it wasn't the first consideration for the parking lot, but if we do have the availability of funds to help out at least with it, offset some of the cost, we'd absolutely love to do that. If not, we will find a way. That's what we do. That's what our job is. We will find a way.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Appreciate it.
Good evening.
So much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Okay. Eight point three, Equity Council Presentation Update, 2025-2026. Melissa Eager, Director of Federal Programs.
President Flores, members of the board, Dr. Layton, community members. I have an update on the Superintendent's Equity Council.
Ms. Eager, if you could lower your microphone real quick, just so that we can all, there you go.
Do you have slides? I think I attached a presentation as well as those documents. Perfect. Next slide. Thank you. So these are the directives from the PD about an equity council. So the equity councils were required to be established by the NMPD. And we report at the school district level because the duties of the school district administrative leaders are more broadly defined than those of a school board governing body and span finance, management, operations, and programs. The Superintendent's Equity Council is a school district advisory board that will report to the school district's administrative leadership. The Equity Council is responsible for advising the district charter schools' actions and solutions in response to the Martinez and Yazzie lawsuit. Ultimately, implementation is a collective effort. We regularly update the Associate Superintendent, Renata Mondragon, and this information is also shared with Dr. Superintendent Layton. Our main responsibilities are completing the Yazzie Martinez Readiness Assessment and the CLR inventory. The Yazzie Martinez Readiness Assessment was completed by an earlier equity council. We did review that readiness assessment and determined that we agreed with those assessments at that point. We are working on the CLR inventory. We have also recently received a previously completed CLR inventory from another equity council. We're also responsible for informing the design of the educational plan and supporting with the design of culturally and linguistically responsive framework for the district and charter schools, and providing recommendations to district leadership as an advisement package. These are Equity Council members for 2022 for this year. We are required to have 15 members. I am the leader, so I don't count. So we do have 15 members. The NMPD requires at least half of the members to be representing subgroups. 63% of our members represent one or more subgroups that were identified in the lawsuit. So we are hearing from people who are affected, and they're sharing their life story, their life experiences.
Question for you, Ms. Eager. These individuals here, and maybe I didn't catch it, but how were they identified to be members of the Equity Council?
So some of these people were on the Equity Council last year. When we're looking for parents and students, I reach out to the schools and have them offer up some suggestions, and I reach out to those people.
Thank you.
So these are the meetings that we've had. We began meeting in October. We've had a meeting once a month since then. We looked at our Vistas data. We're working on a student questionnaire. I recently was able to see the community school student questionnaire to see if we were overlapping, and we're asking actually different questions. So we'll be going back to looking at our student questionnaire after we complete the advisement process. So we're beginning advisement process tomorrow, and then next Thursday, and then March 5th. We have looked at Vistas data and disciplinary data as well. Next. So the next slide just has some conversation topics that we've had from our meetings. Because we do look at Vistas data, and we are looking at achievement gaps, and we are also looking at discipline, these meetings touch on very important topics. And these are just some of the ideas that we've had and conversations that we've had. So can we embed tutoring into the regular school day to address barriers of transportation? This question, the second question, was what led us to start looking at a student questionnaire, and that came up last year. Are students who need the resources aware of the resources, and do they use them? So that's our particular focus of the student questionnaire that we're developing. So we want to make sure that the people who need the resources the most are aware of them and are accessing them. Okay, so there's some of our questions. This is a sample of the culturally and linguistically responsive framework inventory. So you can see some of the things that we're looking at, and we're assessing where we're standing as a district. These are self-assessments that we're making as a committee. And now we're moving into the advisement process. Step one of I think what we've really done so far this year is we've done step 1 and step 2 of the advisement process. So as we were looking at Vistas data, and as we were looking at student achievement data and our disciplinary data, that's our research and review. And as that was going along, we were engaging our community and asking those kinds of questions as to what would be our next step. We're now moving into step 3, which is where we're trying to find consensus for our advisement. And then we'll be bringing you the advisement to Superintendent Dr. Layton. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Eager, for the presentation and the information. Board members have any questions or comments? Superintendent, do you have anything that you'd like to add to the?
I just want to commend the Ms. Eager and her efforts in putting this together. In my understanding, I think at first it was, the group was a little small, but they've done a tremendous effort in making sure that we have full equity council when they do meet. And so I want to commend the hard work it is, because putting everything together and ensuring everybody comes together, it's a tall order.
Well, we appreciate all the work and all the collaboration that's going on. Maybe we could have a follow-up meeting at a later date?
And President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, what I do wanted to ask is, at the request of the board, it was supposed to be at every single meeting. But I don't know if there's a recommendation that to give time for information to actually gather, it may be something to consider in lieu of every or twice a month, maybe once a month, to provide enough time for Ms. Eager to get some information to present.
I don't think it's necessary to have an update at every meeting.
It was at the request of the board, so I just wanted to bring that piece up.
This board?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, this board.
Yeah, it's great. I think we talked about it as a board with the superintendent's evaluation midterm. So it's great to see, Ms. Eager, you're doing this, and it looks like you've got a great representation, as you alluded to. And it's kind of interesting at the public comment with the Native American, we're in, this is ground zero in Mexico. So I think there's a great opportunity to maybe be leading on that effort because we have the original people here in our state, our community close by. So keep up the good work. Very encouraging.
Thank you very much.
Flores, if I may, Superintendent Lee, and I wanted to add also that we're waiting for some changes to the Yazzie Martinez procedure for the state. The PED is waiting until after the legislation happens, and then they'll approve a draft plan that's been online. And I did share that with Superintendent Lee, in which I believe he shared with all of the board members, so you can take a look at. So the presentation might change, and some of the parameters that we're using for Yazzie Martinez might also change. But for right now, we're going based off of what the old parameters were and what we were advised by the attorneys to utilize as well.
I'm looking at all of these, and these are all in the planning stages, and so I'm assuming that have been implemented. And so, and you're anticipating some outcomes from, and that's what you're going to be reporting on?
Correct. President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and Secretary Trujillo, that's correct. The Equity Council is there to take a look at what we have in the district and then provide that information to us as the district leaders and to the superintendent, and then share out to the board. But it'll help us with our budget planning for the upcoming year. So it's really crucial, Ms. Eager's work that she's doing with the Equity Council. So now as we're planning out the budget and starting our grants, we can start working on the goals of what they've determined with that CRLR assessment for the district. We had previously completed one. It was, when Yazzie Martinez had first started, the Equity Council had completed one. There's some items that we've already completed with that, and we determined that we've met our goals, but this is a new Equity Council, and they started a new CLR.
I have, only because in one of the sessions, they talked about the budget, and you're trying to have this what you've implemented here, just kind of mirror that. But what also was brought out is the strategic plan, that to factor that in. And I believe that we're going to be revisiting our strategic plan and the goals and the vision, everything that goes along with it. But I think that this is a good segue to that. But also it lends itself, every budget, every financial plan that is generated by any entity or us as a school should have in the private sector, it's called a performance-based budget. So again, this is a performance-based, but you're spending grant money, and I'm sure that it all has compliance issues. I mean, compliance restrictions. So you're reporting on that. So that is the performance. But again, there's other areas, I think, we're looking at with what you put together to be able to track and to see how these dollars are being spent. Again, the end result is the children, how it's impacting the teachers, the classroom, and the students.
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping to see that. And this is kind of like a new concept. I'm sure, is that what it is? I don't know, but again, I'm not seeing it, but to me, as a financial person, I like to see, and we're always talking about the dollars for the kids. But again, what's gonna bring the everything that we have and that we're looking at for the children to be able to, and for the parents. And we have a different type of, I'm gonna say this, a different type of community and type of environment, because we have working parents. And the time that the children spend at home, there's homework, there's maybe other activities, and it's wanting to facilitate, have the school be a source of just relieving that stress from the home, from the community, to where we're embracing the children and in their learning capacity, so that, and I say that only for myself because I'm experiencing that with my child, but I think that it's a wonderful opportunity for our school to do that for the kids. I'm hoping that we can see some good results from this group.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Secretary Trujillo. Any further comments or questions from the board? Thank you, Mrs. Eager, and thank you, Ms. Mondragon, for your input, your presentation. Thank you so much. Superintendent Lane.
President Flores, members of the board, I know we're moving up to the next section. In particular case, this presentation is a little bit atypical than our normal one. First, I'd like to give a lot of kudos to Dr. Cherry Malaki, as she's been spearheading the Cyber Magnet Academy, and we want to extend our great appreciation for keeping that together. But having said that, we are also moving forward with a new director for Cyber Magnet and Chrysalis. And so tonight, we're formally introducing our new director, Ms. Naomi Martinez Standard, Director of Cyber Magnet and Chrysalis.
Awesome. Good evening, everybody. President Flores, I'm so used to saying, hey, Mark. President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Layton, members of the board, thank you guys so much for giving me this opportunity to be here this evening as my first official board meeting as a director. First, you'll see on this first slide our new Cyber Magnet Academy and Chrysalis High School logo. I really felt like it was important to symbolize with stars on here. They usually represents hope, guidance, and excellence, acting as a beacon for new dreams. A lot of the students I've been working with lately, I think they've lost some of their dreams. So I'm really hoping that with this new program, well, not so much new program, but a new space, a new area, that they could really grow into that and create new dreams. So, I kept the Taos Municipal Schools logo on there because that's who we are. I wanted to keep it clean, simple. I had a bunch of different ones, and this one just hit perfectly for what we're going to be standing for here within the district. Next slide. Goal 1, our student achievement. Some of the information on here, Dr. Cherry did provide, as well as Nicole Mora Atencio, as well as Melissa. Everyone kind of had their part in there, and then they said, hey, you're going to present this at the next school board meeting. So here we are. So here we are, we have a great picture of our team out front of they're at the mural at Cyber. We will be having a celebration soon, so everyone can come and see our new space and what it looks like. We do have a visit coming up in a week or so to continue our Priority Schools Bureau with the PED. They'll be visiting and we'll be going over that middle of year report. So I'll be able to share that with you folks at the next board meeting in my board report. Students also met individually with Melissa Eager to review their credits. I'm actually working on 2 transcripts right now. Melissa's been great on being able to show me the ability to read the transcripts from Edgenuity to Power School and making sure that they run both smoothly. Within that, a couple of programs that we do have coming up within Cyber Academy is a Tuesday, Thursday physical education class. Ms. Eager did provide details on that will be coming out, and that'll just kind of work that credit for physical education for our students, as well as the SEEDS project, which is a leadership and training program that'll be coming out February and March for our students. This is me. I don't think I would have put that big of a picture of me, but I think Nicole did that part. So thank you, Nicole. On this one, I just wanted to share with you folks a little bit of what I have done in the past. I used to say I wanted to do everything as a kid. I kind of feel like Marcos right now because he does everything. So I think I'm headed his way. I do have my associates in healthcare management. So I have had the opportunity to have all of my certifications as well as our UAP for our diabetes students. I do have my bachelor's in business because I felt like any field I would go into is running a business. Even a school, we're running a business. Our outcome are our students. So that kind of worked out there for me also. I do hold my K-12 special education teaching license as well as my secondary gen ed teaching. So I feel like this is a perfect fit within the Chrysalis program that we're bringing together and our cyber program. My master's is in educational leadership that I'm almost done completing. I have a little bit more mentorship hours to complete. So I feel with my background of all the random things I've done in my life has gotten me to this point to be able to relate the most with the students I'll be working with. We have been working closely in collaboration with Marcos and the security team to make sure that we are on track moving forward in our new facility. Right now, on our goal 3, we have family and community engagement. We've had Ms. Sue Martin Trujillo. She's with the Bridges program that is visiting currently with 2 of our seniors that are planning to go to post-secondary education. We have students that have participated in the scholarship orientation with LANL. And also we've had guest speakers, including Dr. Cherry and Ray Lujan to encourage family engagement in those areas. So we're working on that. Goal 4, this is our special project. I am super excited about this. I am grateful for everybody that's supported me in getting to this point and having this facility. Marcos and I were like little kids jumping down the hall the other day, like, we're here. We were so excited. In this top picture, you're gonna see the safety and security doors that are separating the Enos Garcia, the ECECD building from the cyber building. In the second building below, our picture below, you're gonna see one of our lounge areas where now our students have a place to eat. We are working with the grant with Melissa Eager, the CSI grant, I believe I said that, to be able to get these areas a little bit more exciting for the kids. So we'll have music posters in the music room. We'll have modern pop culture stuff in the cafe area. Our kids now have a separate space to eat than at their desk. So that is one of the biggest things. Not only do they have one space, they have 2 spaces because now they could go out to the garden as well. So that's even more exciting. This bottom picture is the picture of the secret garden. I'm sure you're all very familiar with that. I got so much grief from so many people that we better be taking care of that garden. Let me tell you, we watered it and one of my kids was already eating spinach from the garden. So I think that's successful right there. Building the community circles with our restorative justice practices, I have definitely implemented that. Our kids kind of pout about it. Week 1, this week, Miss, how come we haven't done our RJ meeting yet? Guys, I didn't even realize it was 9 o'clock. They're reminded me. They're going above and beyond with keeping an eye on that schedule for us. Let's see. I will wrap it up on this one. Goal 5, systems, operations, policies, and procedures. We did add Proctorio, not sure if I said that right, to student devices. When I saw that, I was not sure what we were talking about, but what that is, it's a software system that doesn't allow our students to go to any other website while doing their Ingenuity testing and programming. I hope I got that part right. So our students can't, it really decreases the ability for them to be cheating. They really stay on top of it. I've read some of the notes from their professors that are saying, hey, we need to redo this. It doesn't sound like your words, you know? So I'm super excited that that is blocking them. Also within this, in our policies and operations, I am rolling out a new admission contract for my students. This contract has commitments that if they want to come into cyber, it's not just, hey, I'm going to cyber. This is a program that they need to understand that they will have their commitments and I will hold them to their commitments because I myself am providing them commitments as well as giving them everything they need to be successful. I had one student say, well, I need a smaller space. Okay, you can have a smaller space, but these are my requests from you. And this is what you're gonna do to meet those. Because you're not just gonna come and say, oh, I'm leaving the high school because I wanna be with less kids. I still have those expectations for our students as well at cyber. Our daily schedule went from scribbles on the wall to a clean daily schedule that Ms. Renetta will be approving for us. Clean in what they want. Right here, we have a break from 9:10. From 9 to 9:10, it's inside the classroom on our old schedule. Why in the world would somebody want to stay in their same space for a break and not have anything change for them? So within the last week, we've gone on 6 walking trips during break and all of those different things to get them out. Did they pout at the beginning? Yes. Come 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Miss, where are we walking to today? These students, I'm not saying that they didn't have it all before, but these students needed that consistency, which I have been so excited to see them for 7 days straight, and they've all been there. So that is all I have from here. I stand for questions.
Exciting.
It is super exciting, Mrs. Trio. It is super exciting. If I did not have the support that I do from Dr. Layton, Samantha answering my emails 10 times a day, from Maria always being available, hey, could I do this? Hey, what's going on? Even within community schools, even when I was the attendance secretary, all of those different things. But most of all, if it wasn't for that chick right there, my sister that gave me the love and support to say, Neen, I believe in you and I believe that you could do this as well, I wouldn't be standing here with you guys tonight.
I'd like to add that I think I can speak to the board that you have our support. This is amazing.
Thank you, Mrs. Trio. Awesome.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, just to let you know, once we finalize the, I would say the little ceremony for our new facility, we'll definitely let y'all know so that we can go out there and we can see. And I will say that the kids have done a few walkthroughs through there and they're super excited and they're going to start making their spaces their own now.
Oh yes, they already picked, this is my chair, this is my space. Where's my mouse pad? Guys, it's coming. We're getting all of your stuff here. We do have created a space for Nurse Chrissy. So if there needs to be any medical attention, we do have those provided there as far as Marcos got us our AED machine already. And Alipio is working on our new exit plan with the architects. There has been so many moving parts in all of it. It's been super exciting. I will leave you with this short little video. It's a student-based outcome video. I didn't have part of this one, so I'm seeing it for the first time also.
While the video is loading, I do want to commend our maintenance crew because they've done a phenomenal job in getting this ready for our students who deserve a quality learning environment. And so I want to commend the department. Thank you, Director Herrera, for ensuring that everything is going as smoothly as it can.
Yes, of course. I mean, I think with Renetta and Marcos, I was like, is it ready yet? Is it ready? It was worse than Christmas. Was it ready yet? Do we get to go yet? Is it? So that's why I think Marcos and I were so excited yesterday in the halls. So I hope we enjoy this video.
Oh, nice. Oh, please. Do something.
Well, before you run off there, Naomi, it's okay if I call you Naomi?
Yes.
We went to school together. I'm so proud of you, and I'm very happy for the district and for the students and the families that you're going to serve. Seeing you grow to be in the position that you're at right now is a testament to students that go to Taos High School and can achieve what you've achieved. I sit in this room with many people that we've gone to school with. I went to school with Miss Naomi and Mr. Herrera, and your brother Adam used to beat me up in football. And,
Don't worry, he used to beat me up at home too.
So we go way back, and it's just so exciting to see you in this position. Looking at the logo that has been designed, it's inclusive of these students because they are Taos Tigers, and just because they were here at Cyber Magnet or at Chrysalis, they're very deserving, and it's warranted that they be able to have this as their logo as well. And it's exciting to see this. And you speaking of the stars and what they represent shows your creativity and your passion and how you want to inspire and motivate these students. I think it's real important that we have a big celebration when that time comes, a ribbon cutting ceremony. This is a new initiative of the school district, of the administration. You as the new director of this new facility, it's just awesome and amazing. And I want to make sure that we hopefully get the Taos News out there. We'll have a ribbon cutting ceremony, have some refreshments, invite the parents of these students, celebrate the students.
Definitely.
Celebrate the students and bring some excitement to them. I look forward to hearing more from you and seeing how you're going to promote the growth of this school and everything that you bring to the district. So just
I only have 2 spaces left, so we got to start building the second one next.
yes, sounds great. And then I just wanted to offer, I happen to work right across the way here at Town Hall. I would like to extend an invitation to you and the school whenever you have an opportunity and your schedule to, so that we could provide the students a tour of Town Hall, allow them to meet the mayor, to take a look at the finance offices and just introduce them to town government. I think if you feel that that'd be something that you would want to do.
Most definitely. Because one of our things that we've been talking about on growing and what they want is they're asking for internships. Like, can we get internships? I said, guys, let's look at a map and look at all of the businesses around us. And when we take our walks, let's have a proposal and we can say, hi, we're students from Taos Cyber Magnet Academy and we are looking for internships. Would you be interested in sponsoring an internship for
The
us?
town of Taos has spoken to this in my day job. Obviously, would have to bring this forward to my boss, the town manager, and talk to her about it. But we have various departments within the town of Taos, from Parks and Recreation to facilities to finance to human resources, just, like the schools here.
Everything, running a
Everything,
business.
Marketing and tourism, the library. We would be more than happy to accommodate those students and provide that if they need be. And one last thing I wanted to add, we have town council workshops one Monday a month. This coming February 23rd, we have a town council workshop, and it starts at noon, and it's just a quick walk to the council chambers from your school site. So it starts at noon. It's open to the public, February 23rd. Typically, there's some snacks and refreshments provided, and it might be an opportunity for you to bring the students by and get them out of the classroom, and the mayor and the town council will be there. They'll be able to see how their local government works. But if you guys can't make it on the 23rd, I'll provide you with the date of the one in March. But it's pretty readily available on the Town of Taos website. But anyway, that we could be a partner over there across the street for your students, as well as any students within the district, not just Cyber Magnet and so forth. But again, very proud of you, Naomi. Very honored and thankful that you serve in the position that you are, and that you were recognized for your capabilities and your achievements, and that you're serving the district and also working with our other directors and principals and so forth. I think we have a really good team here I know we have a really good team
We
here
do have a great
at
team.
Taos Municipal Schools, and we're very lucky to have each of our principals, our directors, our administrators, and the board itself, our board members. They all bring something very unique and very great to the district, and superintendent and all the staff. Can't thank everybody enough, but thank you for all your work.
Thank you, President Flores.
Appreciate it. So I think we'll let you go and hear
Awesome.
from you the next.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night too. Okay, moving right along is we have our campus reports for review. We have Arroyos del Norte, Enos Garcia Elementary, and Ranchos Elementary campus reports. I do want to thank Ranchos Elementary for presenting the board with some Valentine's treats. Very appreciative of that. Any comments or questions from the board? Anything that they may want to point out that caught their attention? I know that there's a lot of information, that, we do have, I think the more we dive into all the information that is presented to us, prolongs our meetings, but I think it's important if we have the opportunity to highlight, there's a lot of good information here. Maybe give a quick minute to review.
I have a comment.
Yes.
I have a comment, President Mark. Yeah, I want to compliment, in regards to Dr. Dr. Madeline Cerner Mamar with the test scores, the midterm looked fantastic. Quite significant. It's almost like that Super Bowl. Wasn't even close. Good job.
Board Member Concha.
In regards to the report from Dr. Medina, I felt that it was interesting and awesome to see that they had 34 parents respond out of 35 stating that their students were motivated to come to school. I think that's super important, not just on the parents' part, but for the students to be able to express that. And I think it has to do with a lot of all the cool things that are going on, whether it's the gardening or all the science and math and extracurricular activities, library. There's some excellent programs happening, bilingual and others. So I think that's a great indicator. I would like to see that, kind of response around the district from parents and students. It's great input to get back. Thank you.
Secretary Trujillo.
My sister has her grandkids go to Arroyo del Norte, and one little girl, she can't miss because getting that award for perfect attendance is very important to her. So she has to go, no matter what, she has to go to school to get that award. So those rewards, whether it's a piece of paper that says you were here, is so important. Great job.
Thank you, Secretary Trio. Appreciate that.
And I think that's Kensley. Kensley.
Well, with that being said, I would like to also highlight Mr. Spell from Enos Garcia Elementary, that he is having February Family Nights, which I think looks very exciting. I see on February 19th, they have Black History Month capoeira class. And that looks like it's pretty exciting. I don't know if I'd be able to move like that, the way the picture shows there, but and then on February 20th at 6 p.m., they have Black History Month, HE, I don't know if it's, how would you say it, sir? ELA Cell, STEM Lab. Yeah, I didn't want to mispronounce that. Yeah, that's cool. And then also, you had mentioned the praise calls that are going on with staff, and I see in your report that 100% of staff have completed their calls. I think that's really something to speak to typically, and I know when I was growing up, my parents probably got a call or two from one of their teachers or the principals, it wasn't a praise call. So to see that we're reaching out and encouraging, and highlighting positive behavior, because typically, when you see a call from the school, or maybe historically, some parents would be like, "What'd you do, little Johnny, today?" But instead, it's very positive. So thank you for that. And I want to thank all our administrators for all the work that you guys do on a daily basis, from engaging our community and our parents to, sometimes having those hard conversations that you guys do address and deal with on a daily basis. So thank you so much.
I echo that, President Flores. I continue to be impressed with Mr. Spell's innovation on working with what he has, and for such a large school, we've seen some great forward movements, and just continue the good work, and let us know how we can best support you. And it doesn't go without saying, Dr. Marmol, there's just never enough good things to say about how you run Ranchos Elementary School as well. It's just always impressive, to see the work that you do, and it's great. Thank you.
Hey, that's always good to see all the great stuff going on at our campuses.
Because I think that the goal is to keep the kids in school. And I don't know if there's a dropout. Maybe Miss Emmy, if there are any students or any kids that are dropping out of school at any point. And we'd like to hear about that too. And seeing how, and I believe that in a report that I heard, that you trace where they're at. And if they're I don't think, what happens to these kids? And I think that's, I think we would like to know. And because we need, they're important to us too. They're part of them. I know the parents would want to know that we care about those children, that where those kids are, and if there's anything that we can do to bring them back in. There was a presentation that was done at the conference, and there are other alternatives to for these children, and I think that we need to explore those options, and again, Cyber Magnet is one of them, and it's great, but we can still move on from there and see what other resources there are for them. And I think that if we can download some of the conference material, and I think it was that last one that we sat in on, remember? Where they had that young lady, again, she was amazing in what she did in her community. And within that, she wound up going back to school, but she was out there and they were tracking her activities, and she was providing food and like a food bank, and she touched 400 people with what she did. But it was amazing. But then she, like I said, turned around back and finished her schooling, and she already had plans for the future. So again, if we can just keep the kids engaged in whatever resource is out there, but I would like to know if kids are dropping out and what we're doing to find out where they are.
I would suggest that at a future meeting, maybe we could address that topic.
President Flores, we're going to go ahead and address it right now.
Okay.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, Secretary Trujillo, that is something that the district is starting to work on, and how we can track our students and where they're dropping out or where they're going to school and possibly dropping out as well. That what we found when we were working with PED is that PED also isn't tracking those students. So we're working on that mechanism and that tool that we can utilize in the district. So we do have an idea of where the students are going, if they're tracking into the GED program, or have they just completely gone off any schooling and are in the workforce, or if they need other resources for their additional schooling as well. So we're working on that this year.
Good evening, Superintendent Layton, board members. I just wanted to address maybe the question that you had. And since we started losing students, I have a list of it. I've pulled from our registrar every student that has left us. And I can tell you everyone and where they have gone or where they have reported to go. And right now, with the report that I can give you as of today, the most students that we're losing, there's 3 main ones. One is they're moving either out of state or to a different high school in another part of the state. The second one is our GED program with UNM. And then our third is Taos Academy. So those are the students. So we do see a lot of online students going to online. So student choice is huge when you're looking at students dropping out. We're not seeing, because when they drop out from the high school, there has to be a clear plan for them. Where are they going and what is it that they are doing? Prior to that, a process that we have in place with our counseling is there's a form that fills out, like, why are we leaving? You know, what's going on? And our counselors meet with them prior to. We would love to get in front of that. So it's not that step right before you're signing your withdrawal forms. This is where I'm going or what I'm doing. We want to get in front of that, and I'm hoping in time we can get our attendance coach in place so then we can address some of those issues and concerns that we have.
Because to me, I'm looking at our SEG monies and we get them per child. And that's, so our numbers are down. Would there be any way that they can link the GED program, the UNM program to our SEG monies? Because they're still but of course, they're not in school here. But again, the SEG monies should follow them wherever they are, whether it's but again, that's probably another thought, but.
I think that Board Member Trujillo, I think what we're looking at is, I think that the cyber magnet is definitely, because it stays within our district, right? So we've made a few referrals. A student, for example, that was going to go disenroll, go for her GED, is now meeting with Miss Naomi to be able to go into cyber. So it was a smaller learning environment that we need. If we could focus on looking at what students need and what they're lacking at a school with under now 700 students, what can we provide them? Is it online learning? Is it, different pathways for them? Because I think the students that are there and are receiving what they want, they're staying. It's the ones that are, they're lacking something. And I see a lot of it, that large environment for students, because a lot of our feeder schools feed into the high school and they come from smaller learning environments. How can we create those within our school system to ensure that we keep our kids? We've had that conversation with our site admin recently with a huge emphasis on, looking at how we can maintain the students that we have now, keep them, but then also make sure we get those students back, because some of them come back and forth, like you mentioned. And once they go for their GED, they're hopefully finishing the program. And UNM keeps us abreast of the students that are there. And then we are able to account for them. And I know there is a connection with UNM and the tracking of them. There's some sort of connection there. But what we want to do is just maintain our numbers, do a really good job with the students that we do have. But then, like you mentioned, that concern for us as well, knowing where students are going. Because I was saying, when I first started, our registrar was like, that's what happens. Like there's this, ebb and flow of, students coming and going. I said, I just need a little bit more control over knowing where they're going. And now we do. So I have a list of the students that have dropped.
It's important because that justifies the the enrollment issue. And even though we're not getting the SCG money, but again, we are tracking the student. We're tracking this person that is so valuable to us. And we want to know what it is that we can do. And above and beyond what you are doing to be able to keep them, to restore them to a learning environment, wherever it might be. But I think they are to be the object of our attention, because again, we can say, oh, our numbers are low. Okay, so they're low, but why are they low? Are they dropping out? But they're not just dropping out. We're doing something to describe what you said. I don't want to go back and reiterate that, but again, I think thank you for that. Thank you for the information that you gave me, because it was on my mind. Because we just heard it at this conference. The numbers are low, but I want to be able to justify why they're low in Taos Municipal Schools.
Absolutely. And we love to provide those programs within our district to see what we can do to keep our students, for sure, because they are very important and we do not want to lose them.
Do you have a total number as of right now? How many students have left Taos High School?
From the beginning of the year, probably a little over 60.
That's kind of like what I heard. I heard it was kind of upwards of like 70, but it's good. That's still a significant number.
And Board Member Concha, a lot of those students, either they rolled over from the middle school and were never enrolled in our school. So that's some of the, you know what I mean? You have some of those students. We do have students, and you can look at my list. There were 15 different subcategories that I created based on that list of students that left. And it could be some students that were at Dream Tree that enrolled and then they left. So there were about 4 of those, so there's a lot of different contributing factors to the students that are leaving. So yes, when I saw that number and I thought, no, this is way too many for us to, for us to be losing students. We need to keep a track. But like I said, opportunities, it's not that students are dropping out. I mean, there are to leave to other programs, but not just dropping out and leaving and not knowing where they are. So they're leaving for other opportunities.
And also, as you speak of opportunities, Aspen Institute has a program, what they call the Opportunity Youth Forum. It's just different languages to say at-risk youth, but they do have significant resources and data behind disconnected youth, which means they're not in school or they're not working. And I think that's important to find out in our community how many disconnected youth we have and how to re-engage them, whether it's, back to post-secondary or into the workforce. And that's another mode of tracking. So, yeah, if you had the capability or time to reach out to Aspen Institute, but I'd also be willing to do that as well and share a resource. They have a lot of great ideas and how to address that.
Absolutely. And I think two of the key areas is looking at our CEO Fridays, the opportunities for students to make a connection with what they really want to do, that hands-on learning. And then another one that we've seen as well is that with our Taos Tiger Connect program, which is it's just solely online program where we had, I believe, 6 licenses for it this year. It was larger before, but the students were not taking advantage of that license, which is very expensive. If we would love to maybe increase that to be able to say, okay, well, now those potential 7 kids that went somewhere else can do the online with us. So those are numbers that I can definitely provide for the board.
Let's just keep, have comments on that?
President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and Secretary Chuhao, I was just going to say that we would appreciate to have whatever information that you did receive at your board training so that we can begin to implement that in the district, and any additional resources like Board Member Concha had also shared. Those are things that we are in need of to help keep our students in school, and not only look at students who are dropping out, but it's also the attendance issue that we have with our students, so that we do have the 10-day drop that we have to take into consideration with them as well. But resources are greatly appreciated, and if you learned something at that training, we would love to see that for ourselves.
The information in my car, I'll leave it, Superintendent, before we leave.
Yeah, but on that note, if you would download because all those sessions were going to be made available, and they could be made available to the equity or to the equity group, the council, and even to the cabinet, and so that they can look and see if maybe they would want to look up any of these sessions that we attended, and because they were all relevant to us and they were important. But I thought we could extend that to you since you're asking, and I think that's important too.
Summary part of what we found. That'll help you guys, because there was a lot of sessions. There's like, start in the, just to summarize it, capstone, because in regards to the gearing up, they don't give credits. They have the internships. And the lady, the session we're in, she says 1 or 2 credits, and that student that was doing the food bank, she was dropping out. She was out the door. She had 1 foot out the door. So I know there's a lot of kids, because my wife's on staff. Our daughter I've seen in my, 36 years in Taos, or kids, and this is, I'm a jock, just like President Mark. It's college jock. It's a culture. Positive reinforcement. The kids have to hear that they are worthy. It's so important. It's so important. And I know it's hard. It's hard for myself. But if students are given in Ranchos, if you know those kids' name and you give them a smile, you don't even have to say anything. Instead of like, hey, I'm dealing with a crisis. We had a conference, all the school districts, Santa Fe walked out, guys. They had a walkout at the high school. The superintendent was there, and I was taken aback because she didn't remember me. I was like, remember from the house of the region? She says, I'm dealing with a walkout. And then she a couple of minutes later, we chatted and said, you know, she goes, oh, I do. But literally, a positive culture, and it's hard. You guys are doing the ground zero. Just sending them. And it's really, the kids can learn this. Taos is a new age community. And trust them of giving their self that. And I'm not, by no means, I'm saying that we're not, you guys aren't killing it. I'm just giving you more ideas. And some of us have the disposition of, they wake up, it's a clear board. And some people don't. And you guys know, you studied in college, all you guys have your degrees, your advanced degrees. 75% of people are givers. You give them something and they'll give you something. You know, you don't know when, but they'll reciprocate. But 25% of our society, you can give them the world and they'll say, they'll look at you and, but it is, there's a lot of, and I believe that it's, we're having a change of administration, so there's a lot of, conference was very on point with that, because there's a lot of ideas in your comments. So you guys are doing a great job. I think for us to, we can summarize it for you, and you can look, because I like that, Associate Super, attendant Mondragon. These ladies, Debbie said something. She said, they even have a meeting. Towards the end, she says, please stop saying we're last in the country. And I think that Santa Fe, New Mexico had an article, and I'll share it with you. I have an extra paper. She says, please stop saying that. And her daughter's going to UNM. And she's got a son that's challenging. The daughter's fine, but she made it very on point. Please stop saying it, because it's self-fulfilling prophecy.
And I think if I may, I think one of the really great programs that has been introduced and we're really focusing on is our restorative justice practices. That is intentionally building relationships with our students, really focusing on those building circles with our social emotional learning coaches. And it's really important that the students do hear that. They have that belief, they have a trusted adult in school, and many, more than one actually, and that's very important. So that right there, a really great program that builds that self-esteem for our students and that self-belief within them. That's a huge point for our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Mondragon, I wanted to just share, so the lady that Secretary Trujillo and Member King were speaking of is Dr. Kim Lenoy Sandoval. She's the Executive Director for Future Focused Education here in New Mexico. And I just pulled up the conference that we were at, and it was an interactive workshop to discover how to award core academic credits through CTE classes and work-based learning. So we'll get you that information. And before we move on from the campus report, I do want to highlight something that caught my eye here that should be noted. And with Fort Ranchos Elementary, growth in math for the middle of the year, it says that growth was 53% for all students. Second grade and fifth grade showed the highest percentage of typical growth at 79% and 70% respectively. And looking at the growth here, it's amazing to see the work. And I know you guys have been focusing on math for some time at the school district, going back, having math awards, and you had a math competition last year. Maybe you have it annually. It's just something to highlight. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunaramal.
In March, we're going to have March Math Challenge.
That's what it is.
Math Madness.
There you go.
So,
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I've been advised by the superintendent that to take a quick recess to so we can address some technical issues. So I'll make a motion for a quick 5-10 minute break.
Second.
I have a second from Board Member King. For the record, it is 8:18. Call for the roll.
King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes.
the board to watch that. And I put the date on my calendar.
You're the
and-
host now?
But I think that we need to look at it and see when it's gonna be available. If that thing is just necessary, because we're gonna have to write policy. And what are we gonna write policy on if we don't know what the issues are? What are the issues? Did you
Was-
research that?
Okay, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to exit our small break. We had technical issues that we had to address, and the board entered a break at 8:18. It is 8:31. Motion to enter back into the meeting. Have a second?
Yes, a second.
Call for the roll, please.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, President Flores.
Yes. At this time, we'll move to item 10, Superintendent Report, Dr. Antonio Leighton Jr.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, you do have a copy of the presentation here in front of you. And I believe we'll be picking that up shortly. But having said that, the first thing that we want to go over is district enrollment. And so as we begin the second semester, and I believe you already heard from the prior presentations, how we're beginning to try to address the drop in enrollment. But going back to the numbers for the first few weeks that we have, from January 21st meeting, we had 1741 students. At the February 11th meeting, right now we have 1725, which shows a decrease of 16 students. So one of the things we're trying to do is identify where the students are going. Where is it that we can bring them back? I think with the new facilities, that may be another option that students are going to consider. But I also want to inform the board that I'll be working on a superintendent's committee to see what we can do to address the lowering of the enrollment, to find out the root causes and see what, if we can do, to see about bringing these students either back or at least discourage any kind of different enrollment to any different facilities. And so, yes, sir.
If I could just add, at our conference that we attended, there was talk amongst some of the fellow board members that were there from throughout the state, and many of the districts within the state are experiencing a decreased enrollment for various reasons. So it's not just Taos Municipal Schools. I know that we address it, here at our level, but it is happening across the state, and I think you're aware of that.
Yes, sir. In fact, at the national conference in California, as we were discussing enrollment across the country, there wasn't a superintendent who didn't raise their hand as far as when they asked how many of you are experiencing decreased enrollment. So, but nevertheless, we're going to try to do our best to find the root cause as best as possible. And even if we can slow the rate of decrease, we'll be working on that piece. Up next, we're talking about student achievement, foundational goal, district attendance for the second semester. We are still holding strong at 92%, which is 3 percentage points above last year's preliminary NMVista's data at 89%. I do want to commend cyber because, of course, now we're going to have, I guess, a competition between family members, between directors when it comes to attendance. So that's going to be one aspect of it. But I do want to commend all the schools in doing what they're able to do to at least mitigate the attendance so that we can have an increase at least for those students who are here. And so I think they just realized they're going to be competing for some of the same accolades and recognitions. But nonetheless, I do want to commend our principals for doing every effort that they can so that the students who are in school keep wanting to be in school. And I think a lot of the reports actually did show that. So having said that, my next slide, not yet, Sam, almost. It's of course to recognize the highest student attendance. And so for January 2026, we do have Arroyos del Norte, who has, I do want to say though, the numbers are close. So, when you have to go down to decimal points, every day of every month matters for our student attendance. So, Arroyos del Norte, congratulations. We'll be getting those. Yes. Sure can. So, you want to know, right? So, Taos High School, 89.9%. Taos Middle School, 90.4%. Cyber was low at 81.8%. Arroyos, 92.6%. Enos, 91.4%. And Ranchos, 91.3%. Yeah, it gets very close. There's only been one time that I've had to go down 2 decimal points to make sure, but nonetheless, congratulations to Arroyos. And of course, in continuing the recognition, now we want to talk about the highest staff attendance for the month of January. And congratulations goes to Arroyos as well. So they did have 96.4% attendance for their staff, but there was a couple of close behind there, Ranchos and Enos at 95.6 for Ranchos and 95.4 for Enos as well. But as you can see, all schools are at above 94%. So that's amazing for
Superintendent, I have a comment, something to add a challenge to this. So, we look at our district enrollment, district student attendance, and highest staff attendance. I think I would like to encourage that we do a quarterly board attendance To,
Okay.
to board meetings, I think it's important that we challenge our board members to be present at our meetings and, present at conferences and so forth. I can say though that, Board Member King would probably take it because I don't think he's missed a meeting to my knowledge, so he would have perfect attendance, but, I would like to start that practice.
President Flores, members of the board, thank you for that challenge. We'll start aggregating the data.
All right, I think so. Let's do it.
Maybe get some little goodie bags for the winner there. All righty.
I'm gonna have to get some tips from Dr. Medina. I'm bringing up the rear, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely, we need to lead by example and, but again, life is challenging and we all tend to miss days at work and days at our meetings. So, I don't want to discredit anybody.
Yes, sir. Moving forward, the next one, I think that does it for my presentation. I do stand for questions in case there are any. I do like the challenge, so we'll work on that piece.
Good. Any questions?
And on my mind, again, because we're looking at all of these outcomes and what was elaborated by our principal for the Taos High School was just very, very important. That says a lot to what we're looking at as far as the attendance of the kids, because we look at all the good numbers, but again, we have to see the good, the bad, and the ugly, what I say. And again, address everything accordingly. Because again, that is how we audit ourselves. And again, we look at ourselves in every area to see how we can just better ourselves. And it's constructive criticism, again, in our part. And we do that to each other and maybe self. And I think that's how we grow and get better.
Thank you, Secretary Trujillo. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, moving right along, we have a board policy review. In talking with Dr. Layton, there's been some discussion of the board wishing to establish, so at some other governmental agencies, they have, in their, maybe their lobby or wherever it is, some core values or ethics. And I think that it'd be good for the board to maybe establish a summary as we go through our strategic planning, some code of conduct or core values or ethics that speak to what makes that we follow, and that also, we want staff and administration to also read and follow. So we put some items on the agenda here in regards to board policy review, 11.1 code of conduct. We have item 1 is policy B-0700 BC, board member conduct. Item 2 is G-0750 GBEB staff conduct. Item 3 is J-2300 JIC student conduct. They are quite lengthy documents, so I'm not going to read each one individually, but they are on our website through the, could you maybe give some direction as to how these can be accessed?
Absolutely. President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board. To access any of the board policies, you go to our website, TMSD, and under the tab of Board of Education, it'll come down and it'll actually say board policy. Once you click board policy, it leads you directly to any and all of the policies. You can search individually or you can search one by one. It also allows you to download each policy as well in PDF format. So that is accessible to anybody who does access our district website. And at the request of the community, if they wanted a particular copy of a policy, they can always put that in writing, and we'll give them a hard copy as well. That's part of the practices. Yes.
I've seen it in the county, and I believe that it's at the town too. They have the big posters with a totally, completely visual of the code of conduct. And that it has been adopted by the board, I believe. And so I think that it would be good for us to have something like that. That is what we stand for. And so that's just a suggestion.
I think that's great, Secretary Trio. That's something I think that we'll work on as we get into the workshops for our strategic planning. Through that process, we could identify some language that we could fit on a condensed poster board that represents our values and ethics and so forth. So I think we'll work towards that.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, one of the recommendations I would make is, as we review the existing policies that have been adopted, and as we begin the process for the strategic plan, maybe review a lot of the commonalities between the different code of conducts that we have, one for board, one for staff, one for students. Find a lot of commonality words, and then that could be the core values based on the adopted policies that we already have. So that's a recommendation that we can look through the strategic plan.
And just real quick, there was a couple of board ethics that I wanted to highlight that I think should resonate, and I know that we hold these dear, but one of them is on the second page. It says to support and protect school personnel in the proper performance of their duties. And I think what's key there is that we need to support our school personnel. We tend to hear many issues as board members, and I think we don't want to be quick to judge and be very supportive of the school personnel. The other one that I wanted to mention, that we were talking about the challenges, attend all scheduled board meetings insofar as possible. Work in harmony with the rest of the board members to always promote and preserve the integrity of the board. And the other one is, I saw this here, to refer all complaints to the superintendent and act on such complaints at public meetings only after failure of an administrative solution. I think as we review our emails, there's times where we get complaints or concerns by either parents, members of the community, or staff, and it should be our intention that our first action is to refer all of those complaints or concerns to the superintendent so that he can address them or refer those concerns or complaints to the hierarchy of the school site principal, maybe the student's teacher, the student's coach, and so forth. But always the board, the only employee that we oversee is the superintendent, so all those should go to the superintendent. And the other one is avoid being placed in a position of conflict of interest and refrain from using your board position for personal or partisan gain. There's quite a bit of board ethics there. I would encourage the board and the community to, take some time to look at that, and we must challenge ourselves to always be better in our conduct and the way we represent the district. So moving along to item 11.2 is Code of Ethics. And I think, I misstated when I read those points? It was board member ethics, yes. So we also have board member ethics is under 11.2, item 1. It's policy B-0750 SBC, board member ethics. 11.2, item 2 is G-0650 GBE, staff ethics. And one of the items that I did want to highlight tonight is 11.3, due to what we've been experiencing on a national and local level in regards to ICE and, student interrogations, searches, and arrests. The board did pass a resolution previously, which pretty much states our position in regards to Taos Municipal Schools declaring the district's commitment to provide free public education to all students. We also have a policy in regards to student interrogation, searches, and arrests. And I just want to identify that the Taos Municipal Schools in the resolution states, whereas Taos Municipal School District believes that immigration enforcement activities and discrimination in or near schools disrupt the learning environment, it depresses student attendance and family involvement, and it undermines the trust and safety necessary for students to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. Whereas the Board of Education recognizes the diversity of the district as one of its greatest strengths and seeks to protect all students and staff from discrimination, harassment, and intimidation. And this also is for their families. And it states here, and I'm just kind of summarizing this. Now therefore be it resolved, that the Board of Education of the Taos Municipal School District is committed to providing a free public education and creating a safe and inclusive environment for all students, staff, and families. Be it further resolved that the district shall not collect or disclose information regarding the immigration status of students, staff, or families unless required by law, nor will it facilitate federal immigration enforcement activities in any way that is not mandated by federal or state law. Be it further resolved that the district shall provide training for staff and administrators in furtherance of this commitment to students and families, as well as on best practices for maintaining safe and inclusive learning environments. We did pass this resolution. I don't have the exact date of it, so I'm not going to attempt to. Do you have the date possibly?
Yes, sir. President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, this was passed in February of 2025, almost 1 year ago exactly to the month.
So the district does support the diversity of our students and their families, and we want to, ensure a safe environment within our school districts. And so this is accessible for the public to read, but I just wanted to reaffirm and share with the board as to where we stand, with the current national climate and all the rhetoric that's being broadcast in various avenues and so forth, that we do support our students and their families, no matter their immigration status or, in regards to their diversity or ethnic origin or a country of origin. And with that being said, that's just a kind of a summary. I wanted to make sure that these were here for public record. I want to thank the superintendent for compiling these policies and having them placed on the board's agenda and a packet for review. And if there's stand for any questions or comments regarding these policies. Okay, so with that being covered, we're going to move right along to our Director of Finance. I did see Dr. Martins stepping into his office. I'm not sure, do we maybe want to move on to new business and come back to him?
I believe, yes, sir. We can go ahead and do that.
So we'll just move on to item 13 and come back to item 12. Item 13.1 is discussion, consideration, and possible approval to change the school calendar to meet instructional hours. We have Principal of Taos Middle School, Mrs. Linda Martinez. Good evening. New business, 13.1.
Good evening, President Flores, Dr. Layton, members of the board. So I was tasked with holding a school calendar committee meeting last Thursday, we held it through Zoom to discuss when we were going to make up our January 9th snow day. On the calendar that was approved, we had 2 days noted on there, which was President's Day, which was Monday. The second day would be April 6th, which is Easter Monday. In order to meet our instructional minutes, it was important that we really make a decision wisely, because we know that in Taos, we get snow in March. And there could be a possibility of not having school one day in March. When we had the discussion with the committee, a lot of members had gone out to the schools and had asked their colleagues what they thought. They thought that going to school on President's Day was too short of notice. Some families already had vacations or planned outings. However, if we took the April 6th day as a snow makeup day and we did have another snow day, that means we would have had to push back graduation because of the instructional minutes. Of course, like some of the elementaries don't see it because they're not affected by it, but the high school is definitely affected by it, and our families are, as some families already have different locations set up for their graduation. So it was unanimously voted for February 16th to be our makeup day. So on Monday, if it is approved, our snow makeup day will take place where both teachers or all staff and students will have to attend school. Now, we know that there's probably going to be a little bit of our attendance for that day with students may be off quite a bit because of pre-planned situations that they had. I know at the middle school, we have had just 2 teachers that have taken the day because they had taken, they already had plans in place. But we are asking for approval on that day to make up the snow day.
I don't have any questions. Any questions coming from the book? Superintendent, would be your recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, I do have one more that we've got to bring up before I make a recommendation. It has to do with graduation, actually.
Yes, so I didn't know if they had to approve that first and then the graduation after. So again, on our calendar, it was to be determined whether or not graduation would take place on the evening of May 22nd, that's a Friday, or as it normally is on Saturday morning, which is the 23rd. I believe that Miss Emmy had surveys go out. After the surveys went out, she had all the senior parents vote on what day they wanted. And they voted this year to be different. And so this year they are asking that graduation be held Friday, May 22nd in the evening. So those are the two items. You know what time? 5 o'clock in the evening.
I have no questions or concerns. I think, we need to listen. Those surveys were conducted. Parents had their input. Did we have any parents that I'm sure there's always opposition? A question?
Well, we did as we learned from last year because it was requested from the seniors last year to do that, and we made every effort to get in touch with every parent, and Dr. Layton made it very clear if there's any question whether or not, and this was last year, there'd be concerns with changing the date, then we're not going to do it because of the short notice. This year we got in front of it. We made sure we sent out surveys. Those that didn't fill out the survey, our senior counselor went and touched base with those students and made sure that the students and parents were involved in that process.
So what was the numbers? Was it 100%?
I don't have the numbers with me, but communication with all the families was 100%. So I can't say that it was 100% for. It was that we looked at what the majority was. And a majority was that, for the Friday night.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, one of the things that on the original calendar is that we did not put a specific date so that it would be determined based on the feedback from the high school. And so there was no specific date solidified until the high school seniors would be able to provide that information. And then we could come back to the board and say it, or recommend it, excuse me.
It would be nice to know the number of participation of like the seniors. Just, if we're gonna make this, which, obviously I have no problem, but I would be curious, like how many, like what numbers are you going off of? Because when superintendent gives a survey, he normally gives us like And I'm a numbers person, so I like to see like, not the majority, like, what's the number? Because if we have a third of people that didn't respond, maybe we go back, because we have time, go back and run the numbers again, just so we're crystal clear, because, you know, I'm sure we're gonna have whiners.
Didn't respond, we reached out to those directly.
Okay.
I think the high school is, especially learning from last year's request, they did their due diligence to ensure they met the requirements that I had set to make sure that we were not placing families out of scheduling conflicts or graduation night conflicts. So they met the requirements that I had put before them, just to be sure.
I think, graduation typically runs, what, about an hour and a half, roughly? Having it at 5, we still have a substantial daylight, as long as the weather is the thing that we can never predict. But
It would be a nice evening, hopefully.
And we're starting to plan for if we had to move it inside and having those conversations. We were looking between 5 and 6 when families got off of work, so there hasn't been an established, determined, the date, yes, that's what we're moving forward with, but not the time yet, so between probably 5 and 6, but I'm saying 5 now, just to be on the cautious side, but, yeah, we want to make sure that we're planning all those things, because we have asked questions from administration, there was time when it rained one day, or, different things. Hopefully that doesn't have to happen, but we have a large enough gym to be able to, meet the needs of, and this is a large graduating class.
Ms. Ami, what would it be your recommendation?
My recommendation as far as graduation would be to support the student voice, and parents are in agreement to move graduation to the Friday evening graduation this year, see how it runs, and just start to prepare for that. It is something that the students asked for, and it's something that we made every effort to attain at their responses as far as parents and planning and whatnot. And a lot of parents have already been reaching out regarding, we have to plan as parents of seniors a year in advance to, get some location scheduled.
Members of the board, what I do want to say is one of the things, if, depending on the time of dusk, we might be able to partake in maybe some fireworks for graduation this year. So we're working on a plan, just in case, of course, we know that there's a lot of checks and balances that we've got to check with the community permissions, but that's just one of the things that I believe that was in the planning stage.
It was staged just this week. I have been now to fire, I don't know if this is correct. The fire chief asked, if we can have a discussion about that. It might be a little bit lighter. I did throw out the idea of a light show, but not too sure how expensive that would be. So we're very excited for the opportunity and to do something a little bit different as far as the stage is concerned regarding graduation.
Mr. Herrera?
Dr. Layton, President Flores, members of the board, and on our department's behalf, we also support the idea of doing it later in the evening due to the fact that over the past few years that I've been in this position anyway, we have had people pass out from the heat during graduation because there's no shade over our stadium. So having it towards the evening not only is a wonderful idea for the aesthetics of it, but also for the safety concerns. And I have spoke with law enforcement, both Town of Taos and the Sheriff's Department and New Mexico State Police. It actually is an easier fit for them if we are actually at night. They have a little bit more officers on staff at night that aren't necessarily available during the Saturdays because of shifts. So it actually lends to us being a little more safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. I have no further questions or comments, and I do recognize the recommendations that have been put forth. I support that.
That in the evening, remember? 2001. Aged us.
Easy.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, recommend approval to change the school calendar to meet the instruction hours as well as moving graduation to Friday evening as presented by Linda, Principal, and the Calendar Committee Chair.
With the recommendation, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the snow makeup day to be February 16th, and to host our 2026 graduation ceremony the evening of May 22nd. May 22nd. Yeah, Friday, May 22nd. Yeah, motion. We have a second from Secretary Trujillo. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go back to item 12, which is Director of Finance report. Item 12.1 is Sentinel Bank Authority user update. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance.
Good evening, President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, Board Member King, and Board Member Concha. As you might recall, you voted already once on this update. That update went to the Centennial Bank, and we declined to update because we said, no, you are asking for services already provided, and one member was already removed by the prior consultant. So I was visiting Centennial Bank personally and said, okay, how do you want me to write this that we get this done? So now this is the update that Centennial would allow or would execute with your approval, of course. I want you to read one passage, please, very carefully, because as you know, we have an ACH limit. And I put a provision in there that for 3 very specific vendors, the Assistant Director of Finance and myself are able to increase the ACH payments. And that is for the State Treasury. As you know, we are moving millions of dollars between our account and the State Treasury account, and every movement would require otherwise your intervention. Second, we have once a year a very high payment to NIPSIA, that's around about $1.3 million, which also would require your intervention. And the third one is to pay GO bonds. And as you can see, we are only allowed to move this limit specifically and only for these 3 vendors to safeguard also, of course, the funds. And the rest is essentially already what you essentially approved last time, but wasn't accepted by Centennial.
Thank you, Dr. Martins. Just for the record and transparency, since this is a finance matter, we have before us a resolution number 2026-02-001, a resolution pertaining to activation and access and deactivation to the bank cash management service for the district business office directors and assigned staff. The services would be as follows. Tokens will be provided to Business Director Nicole Cardenas as transaction initiator, which has already been established, and approver. Tokens will also be provided to payroll staff Doreen Martinez as transactions initiator. Tokens will be removed from Maria Fidalgo as initiator and approver, and include the positive pay feature in the cash management service. Whereas it is the responsibility of the School Board of Education to approve any bank signatory changes, whereas the business directors and superintendent will keep the board informed of all bank activity and changes to the bank procedures. Whereas the business director, Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance, has the authority to make changes to cash management users. Whereas the business directors, Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance, and Nicole Cardenas, Assistant Director of Finance, have the authority to increase temporarily ACH and wire transfer limits as needed to conduct transactions to and from the state treasurer investment accounts, to pay bonds of the school district, and insurance premiums to New Mexico Public School Insurance Authority only. Now therefore be it resolved that the Taos Municipal School Board of Education approves the activation, access, and management of the bank, cash management services, the wire and ACH services, and positive pay feature option. And just so that it's aware, will we be required, me and Secretary Trujillo, to still go to the bank to make these signatures? No?
That's the whole idea, that the board gets relief from this duty, but that's the reason why I limit this authority to us only to these 3 vendors, which you are known, and you know what we are doing, or you can always verify it easily, so that no mischief can happen.
Furthermore, there's a provision in the resolution so that the board is made aware by either myself or the Director of Finance of any of those cash transfers.
Are we going to sign or just informational?
It would be informational.
Informational. No, the whole idea is to not burden you all the time when we are moving money back and forth from a state treasurer. And when the NIPSIA payment are included, because yeah, we have to pay NIPSIA 1.3 million, I think it's in July. And then, you know, we do have to conduct millions of dollars of very current GO bonds and maybe even more, which simply I believe is a burden on you.
What do you think?
We can request an update anytime.
I have no issue going to sign either. But this will allow them to conduct. So the accounts, the money will be moved in and out of the bank only has 3.
So in and out is exclusively the state treasurer, and the state treasurer is set up in a way that it can only accept from Centennial banks and it can only pay out to Centennial. So this is how the state treasurer is set up. Now NIPSIA is obviously only TUR, because NIPSIA, I don't expect us to get an insurance premium back, and I really don't hope that that kind of scenario would take place. And the bonds, of course, is only TUR. And that's very defined vendors where I know that, and you know that we need to pay $1 million wires, no?
Let's kind of go back. I'm seeing that you've included the positive pay feature in the bank, in the cash management service. Would you describe that a little bit for the board, please?
You know, that feature is something new to explore. It was actually requested by the school board, I don't know, several years ago, but it was not implemented by Centennial. So Centennial said first step is to get your approval, and second step is to learn that feature better. So it's a service Centennial provides, and it was requested by the school board, for what I understood. That's the reason why I wanted to re-request the same feature, and now this time learning it, what kind of service Centennial includes in this feature.
I believe, Dr. Martins, what Secretary Trujillo is asking, what can the feature provide the district? What is positive pay?
Safety and checks.
It's what?
Safety for check payments, right?
Okay, and that was recommended by our auditors. And so that's why I wanted you to elaborate a little bit on the positive pay, because it's a safety issue again, if you want to describe it that way, but it was also a necessary component of our cash management. Thank you for doing that. Like I said, it's up to you if you want to be included in signing. These are huge. It's up to you.
So how often do you foresee Secretary Trujillo and myself needing to go down to Centennial Bank and sign?
So for bonds, and maximum once or twice a year, for NIPSIA once a year, and for the state treasurer, honestly, depends on, let's say, how aggressive we do it over the weekend and so on. So it could be bi-week, could be bi-weekly. But with the state treasurer, that's more frequent, and it's rather short term, because it depends on when does big RFRs or big payments hitting our account. Also, we received, I think, from the county treasurer 2 or 3 weeks ago, $1 million, and when we received from PED and Capital Outlay also reimbursements for $1 million, which is, I mean, we cannot plan that on the minute. No, it comes in, and then of course my tendency is I would like to move the money quickly to generate interest and quickly bring it back in case of need.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, a good example is right before the Christmas break, that since we were going to be out in the pay periods, were not going to be in effect. We were able to move into the state treasurer's account a certain amount so that we could move it right back out right before the break ended, so that we could maximize our interest investments. And so and this is specific to the state treasurer. So another case would be spring break as well. or other pay periods where there's an extended period, that we would do it right before the break starts and then return right back when the break ends.
So I have a question or a comment. So, being on the board as long as I've been and having the honor of serving as president, I got a very close working relationship with Sentinel Bank, and they notify me whenever they have any concerns or questions regarding money transfers or money or fiscal activity. Is there any way that how can we ensure, and I guess we could contact Sentinel Bank, because I want to make sure that, no disregard to your integrity or honesty, Dr. Martins or superintendent, but, I believe that as a school board and elected official, that we are fully responsible for the funds of the district. And I just want to make sure that we are made aware prior to, or, when how are we going to be assured that these will be notified?
Look, I have no qualms if you don't like that, and we can talk easily. And I mean, I needed to call from Germany and ask Dr. Layton, please bring the money back, because we have to pay the payroll. And if you don't bring the money back, I can't make the payroll. But so if you're short-term available all the time, please strike this whole paragraph. No
So
problem.
one of the things that we can, President Flores, Secretary through you, members of the board, we can do before we even initiate a transaction, assuming the approval of the resolution, is to notify each of you that we are of intent to move. And should you say no, then, or wait, we will wait. If you say move ahead, we can move ahead.
It sounds like to me, President Mark and also Secretary Trujillo, you guys want to tweak this a little bit. You can do it now, let's do it now, let's tighten it up where you guys are on there. However, that needs to be elucidated. You guys remain, on here as agents of authority, president, secretary of the board. So if there's anything that needs to be shared, it happens.
So I would like to see some language in here, and I guess we could probably, we could approve this with the requested language. I would like to have a whereas here. It states that the acting board president and board secretary be made aware prior to any transactions being initiated, established in the resolution.
We can definitely add that language.
And then, so we could approve this with that language requested. We won't sign it until the language is drafted, possibly tomorrow.
Yes, sir, we can work on that.
Are you comfortable with that? Okay. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the Sentinel Bank Authority user update with some language requested that states, whereas the board president and board secretary be advised of any transactions involving district finances prior to those transactions being initiated.
Definitely, and we will make sure to do that through district official electronic email as well, so that there is transparent record of the notification.
Maybe we could put that language in there. Okay, so there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Yeah, I made a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Board Member King. So we have a motion and a second to call for the roll.
Board Member Concha? Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo?
Yes.
President Flores?
Yes. Okay, the next item is 12.2 TMS, Taos Municipal School District BARS, budget adjustment request. Dr. Rainier Martins.
The maintenance and transfer bars are listed as increase bars. It's normal budget maintenance, and you might see that the finance department is now meeting federal program managers. So I meet with them to look at budgets from federal programs, the actuals, and the RFRs, calling of indirect cost rates. The associate superintendent is helping me to meet all the federal program managers that on the finance side, we are aware, and the consequence are these bars. I kindly request your approval, please.
questions or comments from the board regarding the budget adjustment requests?
It's interesting, I do have comment. It indicates on here the dollar amounts, and it indicates on here the type of bar that it is. But it doesn't say if it's a bar, it's moving it like, what is the I? What is, the Title II?
So I is initial bar typically or increase.
Is that an increase?
Title II is an increase, IB is an initial bar, T is a transfer bar, and M is a maintenance bar.
That's an increase. And that's two, but where did it, was that money someplace else?
No, in federal programs, we are waiting for PED, and PED needs to provide us our appropriation letter and eventually also cash carryover. Appropriation or cash carryover. So I don't recall for this fund what it was, but it's all based on PED, appropriation or cash carryover letters.
President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and Secretary Trujillo, for Title II, that was a carryover amount that we had from the previous year from PED. So we were waiting for PED to provide us with a notification of how much carryover we had.
It's interesting, so it's the transactions that occur in the schools, they're in a form of a bar versus a resolution increasing the budget?
For the, as far as a
And the
carryover,
amount?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think through your experience, you're used to like DFA resolution or DFA approval, then it
There
goes
was a
back.
resolution versus just a bar.
So with PED, it works like this in these federal flow-through programs. Washington DC gives a budget in Title II, an example to PED. PED cuts the pie for all school districts and charters. And then the federal grants have performance periods between 36 and 48 months, typically for these flow-through funds. And then PED determines based on, because it's a 3-year or 4-year period, the cash carryover.
For interrupting, but it would be good if over here on the line, if you would identify what I means, that would be an increase, or the IB. And because again.
Index.
We can provide a
it
legend.
would-
We can provide a legend.
Yes, I think that would help, really help to understand what the transactions mean. Otherwise, it doesn't. Yes, the index, yes. Oh, and otherwise, everything that you provided is fine.
This report comes directly from the PED system, OBMS, so that would be always an add-on because PED does not provide the explanation that expects us to know what it is. So this is a system-created report with some expectations from PED, but we can include a standard translation for these abbreviations.
Yeah, it's a good idea just for transparency and understanding.
Superintendent Lane, do you have a recommendation regarding the TMSD bars that are being requested for approval?
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, I recommend approval of the TMSD bars budget adjustment request as presented by Dr. Renier Martins. And for future, we will provide a legend so that there is a continuance of what the specific types of bars are under.
Okay.
We have a recommendation from our finance director for approval and from Superintendent Layton. Would the member of the board wish to entertain a motion for approval?
One second.
We need a motion.
I'll make a motion for the TMS, TMSD bars from Dr. Rainer Martin. Item 12.2, TMSSD bars, budget adjustment request from Dr. Rainer Martin, Director of Finance. That's it to be approved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Secretary Trio. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha, Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Martins. And then last item under Director of Finance report is the financial reports for November 2025. and December 2025. Dr. Rainier Marnes, Director of Finance.
I wanted to start first. If you have another look at the bar document, you will see fund 26245, the Law Foundation, because for the very important contribution the Law Foundations provides to the district, I requested from PED a specific fund to have full transparency for the Law Foundations donations. Regarding the financial report, you see for all funds the situation of assets, revenues and expenditures. Do you have any questions about the financial reports?
How are we, the only one, where is it that we're looking at the food services? How are we doing in those areas where we were in a deficit?
In transportation, we were in a deficit. That looks okay. That is fund 13,000. That is page 2, I think. On my PDF, it's page 2. As you can see in pupil transportation, we are in balance. My concern is food service. I have had meeting with food services on 21,000. That is on page 4. Free, it starts at 3 and then the summary is on 4. Where we have a structural deficit of around about $500,000.
Yeah, on page 3, then we're in a deficit of 550,000?
Yes, that's then on page 4, yes. It's 21,000. Main drivers are high salaries due to overstaffing in the kitchen area and also rather high expenditures in in food supplies. Now you will see in 2,100 there's budget, and I requested the food service department to start creating purchase orders, which were done, I believe, now in January, because we do have funding available from the state for free lunch by the governor. So that will mediate a little bit of the situation, but I still believe that we have a structural deficit of around about $500,000 a year, as long as we are overstaffed in kitchen.
I think we need to do some kind of a study, because I think there are other options that we've not explored into the food service.
I would like to call the Director of Operations for that.
Dr. Layton, President Flores, members of the board. So again, we have done extensive studies on the nutrition department as to why over the last 10 years even, we continue to have the same deficit. So the reason for the deficit, as plainly as we can find, is we simply have too many people working in the nutrition department. It has nothing to do with the food. Unlike SEG money, we get our money for nutrition, not based necessarily on the amount of students we're feeding. Problem is we have too many people staffed at each one of the sites, which that unfortunately is not something that we can do without disrupting the union agreements that we have through CBA. So we're kind of stuck in a pickle because the district over time has given raises, has matched funds, has gone into retirement benefits, insurance benefits that the district does for all employees. Unfortunately, our numbers, whether they increase or decrease, our amount of people have continued to steadily stay the same. We have employees who have been with the district almost 30 years.
Let me ask another question. Again, now that we're at the conference, in networking with some of the other districts, they're outsourcing. They're contracting out. Would that be a solution that we have maybe not explored?
Again, Secretary Trujillo, it's not that we haven't explored it. The problem is we have employees that would actually take
we'll remove them from the Taos Municipal Schools, which we are not able to do, nor I don't think that that's something that I would recommend we do. However, through attrition, through retirement, we definitely would not refill those positions. I can tell you that on my end. I would not be looking to replace anybody at this point if they were to retire from the Taos Municipal Schools or move on from us. We would simply do away with that position to help recoup some of that money. So you're looking at about 5 to 7 employees is what it would take us to get to about the ground zero, if I recall from our numbers.
Okay, and I have another thought on that, only because from those conversations, the nutrition that is coming from the food services. I was talking to someone that had, in fact, just yesterday, and they had outsourced it to the farmhouse. Is it the farmhouse? But the nutrition that came from that contractor changed the children, because they were getting the nutrition that they needed, and it even changed their behavior, their learning habits, and it was amazing what the outcome just from having this contractor prepare foods that were nutritious and at a different standard than what had been afforded before. So I think that our goal would be to have something very, very nutritious for our children and explore that part of it. Maybe we need a nutritionist in as part of the staff, but something that we don't have right now.
Secretary Trujillo, President Flores, members of the board. What I can say is, having visited our lunch, our cafeterias, and having the food that they have been serving, it is extremely nutritious. What I can also say that as we consider or have a recommendation to consider a nutritionist, that would also, though, add to the salaries, which would then expound the deficit. And so one of the things that we can explore are different avenues, but we also have to consider the provisions that are in the CBA. What are we allowed to do and what are we not allowed to do when it comes to any reduction in our workforce?
Well, we need to have some kind of a study, explore something, because this is just, again, it isn't just the money part that we're in a deficit, it is the substandard food. I have, again, some of the kids aren't even eating in the lunchrooms.
Well,
and they're going home and they're starving. And so without any food, they're not learning, they can't learn. If they don't have the nutritious food, and if they don't have any food that they're not eating, they can't function in an environment that you need food to learn. I know I can't function if I don't have food.
With respect, Secretary Trujillo.
If I may, Director Marcos, what I can mention again is in the weekly summer, when I provide the pictures and of the food that we have been serving, I also recommend that at maybe the next visit that I take, I would send out an invite to some of the board and visit with me so that you can see what foods that we have either morning or lunch, to see the food that is actually being served. And so during this weekly summary that I provided, I have shown that the actual food that is being served and the options that students have outside just of the single source. What I can tell you is that the food that I have had from the lunch cafeterias at Ranchos, at Enos, they are nutritious, but what I can tell you is that maybe I would extend I'll extend the invite to each of the board members so that we can taste firsthand what our students are having on a daily basis.
And if I may, Dr. Layton, we actually, when it comes to students eating, we're actually receiving from the PED congratulations to be one of New Mexico's top districts for least amount of waste of food, which means the food that we purchase is actually being eaten more than the average school in the state of New Mexico. That will be something we will be pointing out to the board in a presentation when it's nutrition's time to come up. But that is something we recently, in the last 2 weeks, were notified So the state of New Mexico will actually be coming into our kitchens to try and understand how it is that we are doing so well with the least amount of waste, which means per student that we serve, we have less waste than most school districts. So the students are eating, and in fact, at every one of our elementaries and every one of our middle schools, every student eats. They're calculated every day because our principals actually make them go through the line. The only place we don't do that is Taos High School. So perhaps you might have heard that from Taos High School. Taos High School is the only school in the district that does not filter the students into the cafeteria every day and actually have them get a plate. That's the only one that they have the option to do that. Every other one of our schools, which would include Taos Cyber Magnet, we actually provide them with the plate so for them to eat. And again, going back to us having the least amount of waste, that ties into the fact that through our surveys, the students seem to really appreciate and like the food. But again, it depends on the person you surveyed or talked to. That's in anything, and like any business, you're gonna have some people who like it, some people who don't. But the numbers, if we're going by data, we actually are receiving one of the best accommodations for waste in the state of New Mexico.
I'd be curious to see how it's quantified and how the data is collected, because in the past couple of days, I've received video footage that I don't even think is appropriate to show on what the students were served for breakfast 2 days in a row, as well as what we had in place as far as the cold and to-go foods and just things that students think they're gonna have and that they don't have access to, or, so yeah, I think
We can,
and I apologize to Dr. Rayner, because we are on a whole different topic right now. I think we totally need to revisit this whole nutrition component at a separate time.
So, thank you, Board Member Concha. I think, yeah, for the purpose of this meeting agenda, Secretary Trujillo has expressed her concerns. We will have Superintendent Leyen provide a presentation to the board. Again, in reviewing the board policy, if there's any concerns or complaints that come to board members regarding specific school functions or items, I would request that those be brought to Superintendent Leyen. In regards to, issues about food nutrition on a certain day, cold food, those need to be brought to Superintendent Leyen, like, in real time, so that they could be looked at and addressed. I think we fail as a board sometimes. We get these issues or concerns and we tend to, and I'm not saying anybody here individually or what, but we tend to act as where we could be the problem solvers or the investigators. They need to be brought to Superintendent Leyen so that he could work through the appropriate channels to have those addressed. But Superintendent Leyen, you've heard of the board. Let's have a presentation or a discussion on food nutrition.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo will get that informational data so that we can separate what the actual averages and the information is provided versus the anecdotal data. Because there is a difference between anecdotal and actual data that we're receiving from PD. And I'm very interested, once PD does come by, to see, we can provide that data to see why they consider us a top reduced waste district.
And then hearing your concern, Secretary Trio, I do understand where Director Herrera has stated that, we have hired employees and over the course of the time, they are part of our collective bargaining agreement. We can't go in and say, you know what, we're operating a deficit and we're gonna, terminate you and you and you. We can't do that. So through attrition, as these individuals either move on to another place of employment or decide to retire, we won't fill those positions, understanding that we have become overstaffed through previous directors and management. And we're currently dealing with a situation that was inherited.
Need to really better utilize and figure out how we can utilize the staff that we're overstaffed with and give them something, like maybe, I don't know, if it's training on nutrition and have them become that in place of hiring a nutritionist. But again, I don't think it's appropriate to continue the conversation, but we're on a whole different subject, so I apologize.
From a pure financial point of view, due to my analysis and sitting down with the kitchen number one, is using now the state funds also to conduct purchase order, that they use the money and it's not just sitting there. So that's one thing. Second, I said, I identified the coast drivers. Third, based on that, the exploited, okay, is external an option? It would be an option. It would certainly be cheaper. Better or not, a different topic. However, it can't be done due to the CBA. Reduction of force is not an option. So since several months, we put a freeze on any hiring in the food area, of course. So I implemented that already. And then due to my work with the kitchen, there's a fund 28211. That's a fund managed by DFA for kitchen utilities, and the notice of obligation wasn't conducted over a year ago for $137,000 for kitchen supply assets and inventory. We submitted it once. DFA rejected it because he said it's not matching exactly the name on the N1O, what they wanted to see. So, okay, I did what DFA wanted regarding the name. We just sent it today out to get that money back. So we have spent that money already. No, it's literally getting $137,000 to the school district back, which is all related to looking in depth into the financial situation, what's related to kitchen. So I do think that from a financial point of view, we did a very good due diligence already.
Yes, just a quick question in regards to staff. Is there any way, obviously we're bound by the CBA, but where we've identified that we're overstaffed in the kitchen, can we offer these individuals, and more than likely, they may or may not take it, but the ability to move into another position where we have a vacancy?
We'll explore those possibilities, and then I can provide that information to the board.
Thank you.
And the other area of concern for me is, of course, athletics. Athletics is on a budget, and we are working on it. I'm sitting down with the athletics director. I did not approve 2 purchase orders, which are, my understanding, voluntary baseball tournaments in Farmington and Bloomfield, because they are quite expensive with hotels and visits. And I said, look, can only approve these POs once you maintained your budget appropriately. And if you don't do that, I can't approve these POs. So, and, but athletics is very important for attendance. No, it is a strategic decision, of course, to have a good athletics program for attendance reasons, and the kids obviously like it and thrive it. There is a budget from the superintendent given to the athletics director, and we are working on it, that we are not running over budget there. So, but it's challenging, yes.
Any further questions, comments regarding the financial reports? So these financial reports identify the current budget standing, and they also identify expenditures that have already occurred within the district. So this is money that's already left the district. I would encourage board members, when they find time to maybe go home and review it further, because it is quite a bit of papers and documents. And if you have questions or concerns regarding specific expenditures, they could be brought to the superintendent's attention, and they can be addressed. But again, this is a money that's already been expended within the district.
President Flores, including there's also the encumbered amounts, and this is where I'm talking an example specifically to athletics and others, purchase order maintenance. So look, if you have done a purchase and it's still open, then the amount you requested is still open. So that means encumbered, and it's your budget negatively. But if you know that you don't spend more money, close out the purchase order, no? And so I call that purchase order on budget maintenance, which needs to be conducted. And athletics is obviously struggling with it, and I'm working. That's also the reason why I'm working with the federal program managers about budgets. So it's not only what we already spent; it's also the encumbrance. It's basically the plan what we want to spend. So an example, if you look at the financial reports and you see in, let's say, IDIB, 100% of the budget is expended. It's expended through salary encumbrances. So we know that that money goes out through salaries and then for purchase orders. If I see that, an example, in the federal fund, we still have balances available, budget balances. So I asked the program manager, okay, what is your plan to get the money out of the door? I want to buy something. Okay, then in 1 week, I want to see my PO. I want to see that amount encumbered. I want to see the plan that the money gets out of the door, because If you don't have a plan and now comes around May, you are gone, superintendent tells me I need to take vacation, which I can't take anyway, but we need to get the money out of the door. So it's a combination out of actuals, money already left, and encumbrance. That's the plan, how it goes. And then again, we need to have a plan for federal funds, how to get the money out of the door, and other funds like athletics. Okay, an example, I believe he over budgeted the Herrera buses because we have now 3 activity buses available, and we have done a recruiting spray of activity bus drivers. We have more activity bus drivers, and that would mean we could reduce the amount, and it's a tremendous amount of money for Herrera buses. So we are around about 5 to 6 times more expensive than internal service. So I worked intensively on that to say, look, no more Herrera, forget that. You need to use our activity bus drivers. So we work very proactively on getting the biggest cost drivers down, but it needs to be reflected in the budget. So the athletics director needs to go in and say, okay, I move this budget from Herrera buses into an example, the baseball tournaments or wherever he sees it fit and providing with the student service. But as said, that's my expectation on the athletics. Okay, I sit down with you, I tell you what to do. If you don't do it, then I can't approve your PO. That's the consequence. And my heart is bleeding for the students, of course, but we need to have this fiscal discipline.
And Dr. Martins, I'm sorry, President Flores, members of the board, that's one of the things that now that Dr. Martins has gotten his feet on the ground, we can provide that at a finance committee meeting, which we do need to do very soon. So we will be providing a lot of information, so analysis, costs, encumbrances, so that the board can review it together.
And my comment, Dr. Martins, it's always been a concern of the district, or at least while I've been on board, that we have we've spent quite a bit of money on Herrera coaches. We have gone out to the legislature and advocated for activity buses. The senator and representative gave us funds to purchase one this year. About 3 or 4 years ago, we had purchased the one we currently have, and maybe even longer, maybe 5 or 6 years. And in meeting with our senator this last week at the conference, we did express the need for an additional activity bus. So we're hoping that maybe we'll get some funds for that. So then we can have, buses available. Obviously, we need bus drivers. Activity bus drivers is a key, and we've always had a little bit of some trouble recruiting them. Well, I think we did a raise pay for the bus drivers over the course of the last couple of years, if I'm not mistaken, and try to create some initiative to help that recruitment. But we hear you with that, and thank you, definitely. So do you have a recommendation, Superintendent?
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, recommend the approval of the financial reports for November 2025 and December 2025 as presented by Dr. Rainer Martins, Director of Finance.
With that recommendation, I feel comfortable making a motion to approve the November 2025 and December 2025 financial reports as presented from Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance.
Second.
We have a second from Board Member King. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha?
Yes.
Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo?
Yes.
President Flores?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Martins.
Thank you.
13.3 of new business is discussion, consideration, and possible approval for the Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education to appoint a committee for the purpose of naming the auxiliary gym. Dr. Antonio Layton, Junior Superintendent.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, you have before you the naming of the facility policy F1400FF. And the reason I bring it to you is because we are going to have the auxiliary gym, hopefully in April, as part of the closing. So the next steps, of course, is the consideration for naming. But that in itself, of course, has a process as outlined in this particular policy. And I want to pay particular attention to paragraph number 2, that when a school or facility is to be newly named or renamed, in this case, named, the Board of Education will appoint a committee representing the school or representing the district if the facility is not on a school campus. And in this case, it is on campus. The committee shall make naming recommendations to the board for the board's consideration. The committee will include the superintendent as chair, a principal, at least 5 citizens of the community, and at least 2 students. Board members, school personnel, student community members, and community groups may submit names for consideration by the committee. And once the committee makes the recommendation, here are the following procedures. In considering and adopting a name for renaming a school facility or portion thereof to ensure the naming or renaming is fully studied before final action, will require a first meeting where the proposal shall be presented for review and discussion, and then a second meeting for the proposal shall be presented for discussion and action. And the reason I bring this up to you, because in paragraph number 2, the Board of Education is the one that appoints the committee. And so there's 5 citizens of the community that the board can recommend. One of the recommendations is, since there are 5 board members, each of the board members can nominate or recommend or appoint a member from their district to be part of the committee. So I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. I have reviewed this with legal. In fact, I reviewed it with the attorney who wrote this one for the district. So just wanted to bring that to your attention as we begin the process of getting a committee together and beginning the naming process for the auxiliary gym.
Would it be the board's consideration that each board member bring forward a name to the superintendent? Or
Sounds good. How soon do we need it?
So once I get the recommendations for community members, I can start coalescing the board together. And then I can present that at the next board meeting by the 25th. Agendas are going to be by this Friday, but I could take any recommendations or committee appointments, I should say, by the board individually by Wednesday of next week. So I can bring that.
next Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Often, what do you think? 1 week they'll meet, 2 weeks?
I wouldn't be able to foresee that right now, depending upon once we begin, but the whole process is now putting the committee together. Once the committee is put together, then of course, then we request any proposals for name suggestions, and then the board committee does study it. And then from that point, we make recommendations. And so given the backwards mapping, if we can, if April 4th would be the the completion, we can start beginning that process before then, so that there's a potential for not only opening it, but having a name for the facility.
So why don't each board member bring forward a name by next Wednesday, if not sooner, to Superintendent Lee, and either send him a text or an email with that individual's name and contact information? That'll suffice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sounds good. And moving right along to item 13.4, discussion regarding revision and updates to the Taos Municipal Schools strategic plan. Dr. Leon?
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board. This is the request of the board that we begin looking at revisions and updates to our strategic plan. And I do believe that we are already in the planning stage for February the 20th on a Friday to start the student outcomes focused governance model, which will also line into the strategic plan. And so the reason I bring this to you is just discussion in particular to discuss the process. So next steps are to send out an RFP, so that once we begin the RFP, we can review the qualifications, their criteria, and begin selecting a company for the strategic plan. And then at that point, once we start with our student outcomes focused governance, the board and those involved will be developing the goals for the district and then put them in writing in our strategic plan. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, to let y'all know that we'll begin the RFP process so that we can start this and in line with our student outcomes focused governance.
Any questions? Board Member King?
Just one confirmation. We're gonna meet CES next Friday on the 20th.
That is correct.
Here at 1.
It'll be here at beginning at 1, yes. And we'll start putting out the agenda, posting it within the requirement, for the requirements.
So if the board could put 1 PM in their calendar for this next Friday? Okay. All right, with that being said, our last item on the agenda is executive session 14.1 pursuant to section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss limited personnel matters, specifically so that the board can discuss with the superintendent its completed mid-year evaluation of the superintendent. At this time, it is 9:52 PM. I would like to make a motion to enter into executive session. Get a second?
Second.
We got a second from Board Member King. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha, Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay, for the record, it is 11:25 PM. At this time, I would like to make a motion to exit executive session.
A second.
Got a second from Board Member King. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, President Flores.
Yes. At 9:52 PM, the board entered into executive session pursuant to section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss limited personnel matters specifically so that the board can discuss with the superintendent its completed mid-year evaluation of the superintendent. No action was taken. No other items were discussed. Item 15 is future topics. Superintendent Leyen in discussion with legal in executive. They will be forwarding you some language to be placed on the agenda for the next meeting. Board Member Concha did bring up the request to engage in some formal conversation of the district about Indigenous education curriculum. Board Member Concha, do you have anything that you may want to add to that? I think it's very important that you brought that up, and I firmly support implementing this somehow in our curriculum, or I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I would like to add to that, President Flores. I think in light of the presentation we had or the information we got on the Equity Council, I did see that Ms. Shanoa Velarde is on that council as well. So I think there is a correlation with being on the same page as far as even the curriculum. Because I did before sit on a Equity Council with Taos Municipal Schools prior to while I was employed with Taos Pueblo, and it really didn't go anywhere. This looks like it could be a strong Equity Council. And so I think with the resources she has on the higher education level, she was bringing a lot of great speakers, and they do have expertise in curriculum and other areas of Yazi Martinez. So I think it would be perfect to tap into that.
Maybe we could just brainstorm. I actually would love to hear more from Mrs. Velarde. Maybe she could do a presentation. Or I would welcome and extend an invitation to her to do a presentation. Board, any other items for future topics? Board Member King?
This also lends, I think we could be paramount in the story of Black history. It starts in slavery, and the the oldest living bones was found in South Africa, the continent of Africa. So we really should, if we're going to do it, let's do that right too. So that's something we can try to do some research. Talk to Mr. Spell about it. And we can.
Jonas was the one that kind of highlighted Black History Month the most, right out of all of our schools. He had the most focus on Black History Month. So I think, a little more widespread across the district.
Yeah, just and I think she said it quite eloquently. When you're taught history in America, by the time you get to 12th grade, it's so biased and one-sided that, you're surprised at the kids of Hispanic, Native American, African American culture that's even walking through those aisles. And so, I don't know what other states do, but I know some states you got, it's Dr. King and that's all you know. And that's a tip of a toothpick. Yeah. So anyways, I think we can discuss more about that. Thank you.
Okay, so item 16 is upcoming Taos Municipal School Board meetings. Our next regular school board meeting is February 25th, 2026 at 6:00 PM here at the administration building. But prior to that, and not listed on this agenda, the board will be conducting a special meeting workshop on February 20th, 2026 at 1 PM here at the administration building, where we will begin school governance training.
Is with CES?
Yes, sir. It's student outcomes, focused governance.
Student outcomes.
to the board that we discussed a resolution that, maybe after a discussion with our attorney, it would clarify whether, there is a stipend to be paid for attending the UNF Advisory Board meeting.
Council.
And Superintendent, you did have a conversation with Ms. Gallegos. We're waiting on some final information on that.
That is correct, President Flores, Secretary to you, members of the board. Elena is on the final stages of solidifying yes, no, or what in between. So she is, as she described, 99% complete.
So we should maybe have an answer by maybe the next meeting.
We need to get the sign-up sheet from Samantha. He needs to create one for the meeting we had on. Tuesday.
Well, we're awaiting some
It needs to be
guidance from Elena
Verified first.
by maybe next
Can
meeting.
go back
I think Stephanie can provide attendance. for-
in a minute.
Yes.
Okay, so item 17 is adjournment. So moved to adjourn.
Second.
Got a second from Board Member King. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're out of here. 11:31.